Just put this
Okay, all right, I'm ready.
Keep your messages up. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Live now.
And
We are live! Hello, everyone! I am joined today by the one, the only, the god of chaos himself, Lord Nurgle. How are you doing?
behold, for I am chaos.
Oh, so dude, how you been?
Busy like usual.
I understand.
That's my life in general is busy. I'm surprised I had time to stream with you. I don't even have time to stream anymore on my old channel.
Dude, you got 3 channels now, right?
I got 2. Well, technically 3, but it's really 2. I have the original Lord Nurgle, which I rebranded with being it's now just a Warhammer 40k and Age of Sigmar channel, doing mostly just lore videos over there now. Anything that I had on there before is pretty much on lockdown, so you're not going to see the old days of Lord Nurgle on there anymore. I also have a horror narration channel called Innocence Unknown, which I've been doing pretty much around the same time as I've been doing Lord Nurgle. Just I'm a little slow to upload over there, especially lately. And then there's Nurgle's Dungeon, which is just it was just my regular live streams with my group and some gameplay stuff and things like that. It's nothing really massive and crazy. It is what it is.
Cool. Dude, you've been going at the YouTube stuff for gosh, almost a decade now, maybe more?
Yeah, it's been close to 10 years now, because and what we're here to talk about with GG, that's pretty much where I started out my YouTube life. It's where I cut my teeth in learning how to do YouTube and learning the ins and outs of using OBS and all the other fun stuff, and actually pushed me to actually pay for Adobe Premiere for once.
All right, well, hey, the start of your YouTube journey is the start of GamerGate. Well, or at least it's related to GamerGate. So that's a good place to begin here. Lord Nurgle,
Yes, sir.
tell me about your GamerGate experience.
My GamerGate experience. Oh God Almighty. Well, it was a good experience for me. It was a learning experience in getting me kind of understanding better of how the internet culture works and everything. Because when I came into the GamerGate stuff, I was still pretty new to the internet culture type things, understanding how 4chan works, how all these other crazy sites work. I didn't know really anything about Reddit or Twitter. I wasn't even really a Twitter user. I had a Twitter handle, but I never used it until a GamerGate came along, and it's how I came up with the name of becoming Lord Nurgle. As well as I've met a lot of people, a lot of great people, made a lot of great friends, and not just on the GamerGate side, on all sides of the GamerGate, or all sides of GamerGate. Pro GamerGate. Like I made a lot of friends from there, and of course, it's where I got to where I am today. It helped me cut my teeth learning how to utilize YouTube, as well as many other things. And again, gave birth to the name Lord Nurgle that you hear about now. That's pretty much it there.
Well,
I didn't have a great experience, but I didn't have a bad experience. I had a fun experience with it.
a lot of people had fun experiences with it, that's for sure. Um, what made this an issue that you cared about?
Well, before we go on, because this is going to come up in here, we were talking about earlier before the stream, good old food shops. Food shops, if you're listening, I wasn't an intelligence officer in the military. I was trained in intelligence, and I was just a regular enlisted guy. Okay, but coming from that history, one of the things that I always hold near and dear to me is integrity, and was always telling the truth, being honest and open with the public about things. And that's just how I was upset when I saw that with the gaming journalism world whenever GamerGate happened. And what kind of pulled me into it was when I was, right before I got into all that, I used to surf the site cracked.com all the time. Because it was just something to read while I was at work when it was a lot of downtime, because it was an entertaining site. And I hadn't looked at it in years, and I decided to just check it out one day, and I noticed a weird shift in the style of articles, because it usually is like listicles, right? And they're usually very edgy, very funny, very silly. They don't shy away from being comedic, and they are not. I mean, the thing used to do, like, here's a write-up on a really heavy subject, and be like, oh my god, this calls for a boob break. And then it would have a picture of some chick's breasts, right? But then I noticed that the site was just weird. Like, all of the topics shifted. Instead of being comedic and funny, were all these weird, serious-esque writings and subjects. It was strange to me what it was. And I thought at first, oh, it was just because this article, because it was a listicle about 9/11. But after that, I started to notice it was every article. And the boot break thing, they didn't do that anymore. I was like, this is strange. And then I also started surfing more of YouTube because, well, again, I'm at work, I had not much else to do, so I started watching channels like Mundane Matt. I was catching channels like, believe it or not, I used to be a fun little happy viewer of the Young Turks, as well as I even found Anita Sarkeesian through an article on like Kotaku or something like that, right? And what got me involved in Gamergate is when I had heard about all the stuff that was going on with the Zoe Quinn thing. I started to just read about it, and I was like, okay, that's a little bit of a weird thing. I've never even heard of this Zoe Quinn chick, but I've heard of Anita, and I heard about the feminist stuff, and I remember initially liking Anita's work and watching it going, this might be interesting, because, you know, it's a feminist perspective on gaming. Let me just see what it is. And then as it progressed, you know, it devolved into what we talked about before, which is all about her wanting to basically call for some form of censorship in the gaming industry, and how certain things in the gaming industry should not be allowed and this shouldn't be allowed and everything like that. So I saw all of that and I was like, that's fucking weird. You know, I did see the Young Turks and I noticed all this weird shift from very I'm not gonna say alt-right, but very right-winged political type views, or very, very fair views, to being more left-leaning, hard left-leaning. And then I started to notice the Zoe Quinn thing, because the Aaron Joni thing that came out, right? And she got all the attacks. Initially, I was on Zoe's side. I was like, well, you know what? This is fucked up. She's getting death threats and all stuff like that. And let me just be clear. I don't agree with death threats. I do agree with criticism of people. And what really pulled me in is when I looked at that, I was like, okay, that's weird. I was like, clearly this is... somebody's going to clear this up. Clearly something's going to come out of this. Nathan Grayson's probably going to get scolded, or Otaku's going to say something, whatever. Clearly something's going to clear up out of this. In the end of the day, journalistic integrity will prevail. That's what I was thinking, okay? Because, you know, I was naive and stupid at the time. I was also in my my mid-20s when this happened. So then came the Cracked article, which I thought was really weird. There was an article on Cracked by Zoe Quinn. They let Zoe Quinn write her own article covering this subject. And I was like, this is weird. And then the infamous Gamers Are Dead articles popped up. all these crazy articles everywhere, and I was like, no, I'm not the smartest man in the world. I don't need a college education or my old military training to tell me something's not right here. And then I started digging into it. I started looking at Twitter more, and I was like, okay, this is fucked up. I'm not sticking with this shit. I started going hardcore pro GamerGate right after that. I just started jumping in it because I noticed, it wasn't just me who thought this was fishy. Everyone was thinking something was fucking wrong. And I started to really notice this weird group of people constantly trying to be anti-GamerGate, trying to smear it and say it's this and that and this and that. And I'm going, but what are y'all talking about? What? And the whole gamers are dead. Well, obviously, these people didn't realize that gamer is an identity that you can't just fucking shit on and claim is dead and make people sway away from it. It's also, too, to me, it was like, this is where I started noticing, too, in other areas, all these writings about how this game is sexist, this game is racist, this game is this, and this game is that. And I was like, okay, this is that point. GamerGate to me was that point in the beginning when everybody came around and said, okay, we're fucking sick of this shit. And I was getting sick of it. So I jumped into the fray. Sorry if that was a little long-winded, but that's what I did.
No, not at all. So you originally were actually interested to hear what Anita Sarkeesian had to say, and you thought that this could be an interesting feminist analysis?
Yes, I thought it could be an interesting subject to go over. I'm an individual that enjoys hearing different perspectives on anything and everything. Like, even if it's a game I like and somebody's criticizing it, I'll sit down and I will listen to this person's criticism and see where they're coming from about it. And initially with Anita, I saw her going, okay, I'm going to do this criticism from a feminist talking point. I didn't really know a whole lot about, like, third wave feminism. Of course I knew what the subject of feminism is. My wife is a feminist. She's a classical feminist. So I was like, okay, let me hear what this chick has to say. And I thought it was interesting. And I watched her, like, her first, I think her initial pitch for the Tropes vs. Women video series and whatever. And then I went back, and because I'm a guy who loves to do research, this is just something I was trained in doing, and I cannot stop myself from doing it. I went and I watched the rest of her catalog of videos, because I was like, let me hear what this chick has to say and what's interesting about this. And that's when I saw the other videos she did. And I started to notice a pattern too, but I wasn't ready to call the pattern out until after I saw what she was going to do with Tropes vs. Women. I noticed that on her channel, it was all about criticizing Legos, criticizing movies, then criticizing music, then games, or not games, but she basically was throwing shit at a wall to see which one was going to stick. Because I noticed that her viewership wasn't jumping and wasn't really going crazy with any of these videos. And then I was listening to what her critiques are, and some of these critiques, okay, I can see where you're coming from, because she talked about the comic book stuff with, the fridging thing that Gail Simone said, and I was like, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm like, from a different standpoint, this doesn't make sense. What are you bitching about, man? This is, you're not even looking at the reality of why, like the concept of fridging. I'm like, you're not even looking at the reality of why that term exists and what that term really means, because the idea that a female is utilized as a plot device to move the main character forward, well, that's just storytelling in general, and it doesn't always involve a female. It can involve all sorts of things. But then seeing her criticisms of like her praises of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, this chick was all on Joss Whedon's nuts, okay? I mean, she loved Joss Whedon. But then seeing further criticisms and how she got into music, where she was taking songs like what was that song? Baby It's Cold Outside. No, it wasn't Baby It's Cold Outside. Although I can see why people think that song's fucking crazy. But it's when they took songs like she took the song All I Want for You is whatever, the Mariah Carey song. And she's talking about how it's so sexist because Mariah Carey wants a well, how do I say this? Mariah Carey would just wants a man to love for Christmas. And I'm like, but that's not even what the song's saying. Like, song analysis is one of those things I love to do because I myself am a musician, you know, and I've worked with many different songwriters growing up in my days of being a musician. And seeing them say stuff like, seeing her try to say that that song was sexist because it's just saying that all that women just want a man for Christmas or whatever. It's like the song saying, I just want to be with the person that's special to me on Christmas. That's what it is. And well, anyway, going forward. But so I looked at her catalog. I saw some really strange discrepancies. And then when I saw her cover tropes for video games, that's when it clicked to me that I was like, okay, this bitch just in this to make some money. She's a grifter. And because I could tell she didn't know a damn thing about anything that she was talking about. I could tell she didn't do any proper research. And I could tell something was just off about what she was saying. So, and that's kind of how that's why I started being more critical of her work too. And I started to watch more criticisms of her work, as well as people that did praise it. But I noticed one thing. The people that criticized her were always the ones told, shut the fuck up, you're just a sexist, you don't like women in video games. And anybody who praised her, oh, they were fine. But everybody on the side that was basically, you know, on her side didn't take a minute to even criticize anything she had to say. So, you know, it's just, that's how I saw it. And I initially just wanted to make sure that, or I initially just wanted to see what her perspective was. And then when I saw her perspective was bullshit, then I said, okay, I'm on the wagon that's against this bullshit. I'm done with this. This is stupid. That's kind of also again how I got away from the Young Turks because I was watching them for a while. But go ahead for your go ahead. I've talked way too much about this part. Plus I got to figure out what the hell my wife wants. She's calling me.
Oh, if you
But go
need
ahead.
to,
I'm listening. I'm listening. What's going on?
all right, all right. So, what made you think Anita wanted censorship?
Because you couldn't. I mean, there is parts in her videos where she says this is not okay, should not be allowed. You know, there are parts where she says that. Excuse me one second. I gotta answer this wife.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Cucking my content. Hey, Sakuya. Hey, JT. Hey, Porcelain. Good to see you, Sakuya. Haven't seen you in ages. Thanks for the subscription. Yeah, by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, the interviews are on this channel. You can find them all here, so be sure to subscribe and like the video.
I apologize for that. I didn't mean to cut you off there like that.
No, you're totally cool. You're totally cool.
Oh, anyway, let's see here. Can't stick around. Subbed. And I know I've been kind of a flake on social media lately. Okay, I don't know that guy. I am watching the chats. If you guys in the chats do have questions for me because you're curious of something I've got, I got like my perspective and everything. But we can go ahead and we can continue the interview.
Yeah, Sakuya actually was one of the old GamerGate YouTubers as well.
Oh, really?
He did a bunch of lives. Well, he did a handful of live streams back in the day, some open houses, stuff like that.
I mean, I've there were so many YouTubers involved in GamerGate. It's I can't even begin to name them all at one time and even memorize every one of them because there were so many of them.
So I don't remember Anita specifically saying that these specific things need to stop happening.
I would have to go back and I'd have to watch her old catalog But I remember there being parts and videos of hers where she would say, "This isn't okay. This shouldn't be allowed," And then I redo, of course, later on down the road, when it was 2016, when the Doom, when 2016 was it 2015? When the first Doom, not Doom Eternal, but when Doom came back, right? When we were about to they showed it off at E3, and I remember she went fucking bonkers on social media about that and was like, "This needs to be stopped. This is a problem," and whatever. And I remember even her game journalism like brethren, her little shills were like, "Fuck you, bitch," Excuse my language. I'm gonna cuss a little bit. I'm trying to avoid cussing too much. But yeah. No, but she has said in videos where she's said things like, "This isn't okay, we shouldn't allow this shouldn't be done this way." But even then, it was like complaints about just nonsensical shit. Like, well, Mario always saving the princess is stupid. It's like, because the story in Mario is not the important factor. It's the gameplay in Mario. The fact of you going to save the princess is just, that's just a thing to say, hey, this happens, so you gotta go from point A to point B. I mean, look, John Carmack said it best, and I don't fully agree with this. 40K is not under attack, JT. But I don't fully agree with this, but, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, about the princess thing, that's right. I don't fully, Carmack said this. I don't fully agree with this, because I do think there are games where the narrative and the story is absolutely the main stage, and is absolutely important. But, Carmack said it, story in a video game is like porn, or is like story in porn. It's there because it's expected to be, but it's not important. I mean, you don't need good story to make a good video game. Fuck, Mario is a prime example of that, and that's what I had problems with Anita was, and then not only was it Anita, maybe she didn't always say this shouldn't be allowed, they shouldn't do this, but even if she wasn't, her little shill crowd, her little fan base, was running around saying it. And then remember, this is a point where anything was coming out, like any video game came out with a sexy dressed character or something, like the Twitter world, what I call the Twitter mafia, they would just attack and attack and attack developers and companies on there, making it look like there was hundreds to thousands of people pissed off about something to get that thing shut down, because the feminist side was like, no, this is bad, this is sexist, this is wrong. It was absurd to me. It was, what I thought was weird was, we had spent the last 20 years, prior to that, railing against the right wing's response of religious crap, that religion being utilized to try to censor things and stuff like that, to now it's the same argument, but we're using a new dogma to justify it, and I just don't support it on either side. It's bullshit on all sides. And Anita was kind of one of those ones that started pushing that forward. And in some of her videos, she did say A, B, and C shouldn't be there or anything like that. And then misrepresenting games, like what she did with the Hitman thing. Trying to say, oh, the game rewards you for killing the strippers and stuff. And it's like, no, it doesn't. It punishes you for doing that. It doesn't let you, they don't want you to do it. You have the ability to do it if you want. But, I mean, they tell you, I mean, they punish you severely for doing it.
Normally, I
off on a tangent here.
normally I wait to get into this part of the discussion, but fuck it.
Well, no, let's follow. Let's follow
no,
your
no,
protocol.
no. It's okay. It's okay. I think the audience is interested to see this play out, so we'll do it. So she says this shouldn't be in the game, or I know what she has said. I don't want to straw man her, but what she has said is that video games can have an impact on people in the real world that is negative. And that's why she wanted to criticize these tropes in part. So, what's wrong with her saying something along those lines or saying that this shouldn't be in the game? How is that censorship? Is that just her opinion?
I'm not saying it is censorship. I'm saying it's a promotion of wanton censorship. You know, saying I don't think this should be in the game. This shouldn't be allowed. There's nothing wrong with saying that. She is coming from a high platform that's criticizing the gaming industry, and using very, and here's the thing, is using very thin arguments that honestly don't hold up to much scrutiny to begin with. To say, this shouldn't be allowed. We shouldn't do this. Says who? Like, who else? What made you the authority of this?
I've not seen all of her videos, but I don't see her usually saying, this isn't allowed, you shouldn't do this.
No, but she has said things of that nature. Like I said, I'm paraphrasing myself, too. But she said things of that nature before, too. She has called for censorship. Like I said, the Doom thing with the original Doom. You know, the problem is too, all of her arguments were thin, they were paper thin. You could crush them in a second of barely doing any research. You don't even have to do research for half the stuff she had to say. You know, and I don't have a problem with her not wanting to, God damn it, JT. Cat girls, dude, get off here with that. JT's like, I will never see cat girls at 40K. Actually, that's happened. But anyway, I just was not fond of her style of criticism and the way she does it. And I just think that, I honestly, again, I felt like she was a grifter, and that's all there was to it.
You say she was a grifter because she didn't know a lot about games?
No, and you could easily tell she didn't know crap about the gaming industry. Besides that stupid clip that came out that we don't really get full context about, the one where she's like, I don't know anything about video games and whatever. One, I don't know how that could be truly taken out of context, but we've never seen what came before and what came after that video. But two, it's apparent she doesn't understand the concepts of storytelling. It's apparent that she doesn't understand the concepts of how gameplay works. It is apparent that she didn't understand how gaming works in general. And that she didn't even understand most of the games that she talked about or played. Like I said, the Hitman thing. She blatantly lied about Hitman. She literally got on there and was talking about how, oh, the game promotes you to do this, it pushes you to do it, and it rewards you, when it doesn't. And then some of the dumb arguments that she had, like, you know, what was it? Strategic butt coverings? What the fuck? And here's my question is this. When then you get this argument out there that says, when you get this argument that says that, well, these games have real world consequences. What are those consequences? Where is that? Give me that argument.
Well,
what is that consequence?
We're definitely getting into that. That's one of the later questions as well. But
you get what I'm saying. I just was not fond of her style.
Do you think you need to be a gamer to criticize video games?
No, you don't need to be a gamer to criticize video games. However, you do need to take the time to research and understand the subject of video games before you sit down and start criticizing and throwing ridiculous things like what she did. Look, I can sit here and say, I don't like video games because I think there's too many violent, bloody ones. It's just not my thing. It's one thing to say that. It's another thing to say, I don't like video games because they just cause violence and make people do stupid, crazy things. Well, you're going to get pushback on that. It's one thing to say you don't like them because they're violent. It's another thing to say that you don't like them because they cause problems. Well, that's been proven multiple times to not be the case, and which tells me if you're going to go in there throwing punches, you better be ready to get punches back, and that was the other problem with her. People came, and they said, bitch, you're full of shit. And she said, well, you're just a sexist. You don't like that I'm talking about your favorite thing. It's like, no. We don't like that you're spreading bad information. And that's my thing again. Look, I came from the world of intelligence in the military. And in my world where I'm from, if I give bad information, somebody dies, you know? If I go in and I brief a group of officers before we go to a country and I give them the wrong information about that country or the wrong information about that country's military, and they go and they do a mission there, somebody dies. Getting information correct is important. It doesn't matter if it's just about video games or if it's a military briefing. You need to be on point with your information that you're putting out. You need to also make sure that you're not dressing your opinions like there's some type of bullshit facts. And a lot of what she said, too, is opinions dressed up as facts. And they're not facts to begin with. You know, it's just, that's what my problem with her was, and that's my problem with most of the gaming media in general at that time. Now, I would like to move on so we get back on GamerGate and get back into the Anita stuff. Because I know that's later on down the road for you.
Yeah, we will be discussing this further, and I will be pushing back more. I just want to get an understanding of your thoughts right now. But when the burgers and fries / conspiracy stuff happened, you were actually initially sympathetic with Zoe Quinn, and thought that people shouldn't be harassing her. Of course, you said.
Of course. Well, of course, and this is my gig. Was I don't feel that Zoe Quinn. Look, you can criticize Zoe Quinn all you want about, was her relationship with Nathan Grayson, appropriate. You can talk about that all you want. In the end of the day, I mean, these are two adults having an adult relationship together, and there is a outside factor to this being that, Nathan Grayson supposedly was giving favorable reviews to Zoe Quinn's Depression Quest game or whatever. And the thing is that's another topic of itself. Her sleeping with Nathan, her doing this with him, and having this affair with him, and cheating on Aaron Joni, that's their fucking business, in my opinion. And that's why I also said, leave her the fuck alone. Don't harass her. Don't be sending her messages. Just fucking ignore that. That's not the topic. Who gives a fuck if she's sleeping with this dude behind this other dude's back? That's some fucking Young and the Restless Days of Our Lives garbage. What's important is this journalist is writing favorable reviews on a game made by a woman that he's sleeping with and obviously getting sexual favors out of. Whether or not, look, that's their business that they're doing that on the side. Because I could give two shits and a flying fucking a pancake about what two people are doing outside of their work. I don't care. That's not my business. And that's why I was sympathetic in saying, hey, don't harass her. Don't even talk to her. When I first got involved in GamerGate, one of the things I said was, do not engage with these people. Leave them the fuck alone. Don't talk to them. Ignore them. Block them. Get away from them. Just share the information that's important and spread the truth. Fuck what these idiots have to say. And that's what I did. Or that's what I promoted initially with it, because it's nobody's business who Zoe's fucking or Nathan's fucking. It's our business that relationship led to a actual collusion within the industry. That's the important factor. What Zoe did with this man had nothing to do with everything. It was just, this was the catalyst that exposed a collusion that everybody wanted to find more about.
Nurgle, can you point me to Nathan Grayson's review of her game?
Fuck, I don't know. I haven't seen that in years.
Probably because it doesn't exist. But
all I know is I've heard that. I'm going off of what I remembered at the time.
He did.
But apparently she got favorable reviews for this Depression Quest thing.
No.
That was the narrative that was running. That's how I got dragged into it. And that's why I said, I don't, even to this day, I ignored Zoe Quinn and said nothing. I just know that apparently he was giving favorable reviews to her. That was it. What's up, Lisa? I love seeing you in the
No,
chat.
he did promote her game, but it wasn't a review.
There it was.
It was
Okay,
it was
so
an
that
article.
was that. See, that's the thing. I can and that's what it was. Excuse me. I don't know why I said favorable reviews, but yeah, that's what it was. He did the promotional article about the game, and nowhere in the article did he, put out that he's involved with this person romantically, which, in my opinion, is still none of our business. But I do think it would have been important to reveal within the article that, hey, I have a personal relationship with this individual that I'm writing about. Because that just shows that, hey, there is a clear bias here on why I'm covering this product.
Given his role, I think it is in the public interest, as you said. I think it is our business when he doesn't disclose this and he's promoting her game.
I know, like I said,
Yeah.
That's the important part, is he never disclosed his relationship with her. But the fact that he's sleeping with her, that's none of our business. It's just our business knowing that he has a personal, continual relationship with this individual. That's important. Because you're writing an article, you're promoting a product. Look, I've always been transparent. Like, I had a friend, it's an ex-girlfriend of mine, like, chick I dated years ago before I went to the Navy, before I even met my wife. I'm still decent friends with her. She wanted to do Suicide Girls, so she did a spread on that site, and asked me, because she knew at the time I was a YouTube guy, and she asked if I could help spread the information, or help promote it. So I did, but I not once was not open with the fact that, hey, this is just an old friend of mine. I didn't just post it on there and be like, and have people go, why is Lord Nurgle promoting some chick's like nudie picture spread? I was like, hey, this is a friend of mine. She's got a Suicide Girl account. If y'all are into that sort of thing, check it out. That's what I did. I didn't do like Nathan Grayson and just write this glowing review of this photo set and say, yeah, she's awesome, huh? No, because it's just weird. You gotta say something. I mean, you should be disclosing that, especially when you're talking to the public. You're promoting a product, And from what I understand, Depression Quest was a free game anyway. So I mean, I guess there really is. I guess maybe he felt that he didn't need to say anything just for the fact that it doesn't cost you anything to play the game if you wanted to. But still, I think that integrity says you should have done that, and you should have put that out there. And that's, I mean, again, when you're giving information to people, there's some information that does need to be known. And if you're promoting a product, knowing that you are in some way involved with the individual that makes the product, that's just being transparent. And I never saw anything wrong with it, and why shouldn't it be transparent. I just always said, don't bother the people. Don't fuck with them. Fuck with Kotaku. Fuck with the people in charge. Don't fuck with Nathan. Don't fuck with Zoe. Fuck with the people in charge.
Can you define what GamerGate was?
Oh God. This one always gets people. Sorry, I've been under the weather the past week and a half. GamerGate was a consumer revolt against the gaming media when they all decided to gang up on the gamers in general to push their own narratives and using clickbait to attack a identity and go against their own audience. It is nothing more than a protest against the gaming media, wanting and requesting transparency from the media, but was redressed by the gaming media as nothing more than a hate movement geared by misogyny, racism, and all the other isms and ists and phobes and things that you can think of that you hear about all the time. It was also used as a vehicle for multiple individuals to propel themselves into the world of media and getting their names out there as well, rather than utilizing it to do the protests. It has become and morphed into multiple different things, but on the end of the spectrum of it all, it was mostly a consumer revolt, a protest against the gaming media, demanding transparency and less collusion.
So for you, GamerGate was only about ethics in games journalism and protecting the gamer identity?
No, I don't think it was all about that, but I do believe that that was the main part of it. That was the point of it. I do think that the SJW stuff and all that was the culture war factor. I do believe that that was a good portion of what Gamergate was about too. However, I do not think that that is what Gamergate actually is. I believe the culture war part was just part of it all. You know, it's, how can I say this? We wanted transparency, and less collusion in the gaming industry, or in the gaming journalism world, because we were noticing and we're tired of seeing all these sites that were smearing games and using culture war shit to paint games or to paint developers in a bad light or gamers in a bad light. The culture war part of it comes on the side of it. It's just wanting transparency was the ultimate goal of Gamergate in general.
What do you think of the anti-SJW stuff now?
Not to say that I don't still, not to say that I disagree with all the anti-SJW stuff anymore. What do I have to say about it now is, in the beginning, it was a great thing to see people pushing back against that culture war stuff, and that anti-SJW side of things. It was great to see it, but the problem is over time, it became nothing more than a grift, just like most things, where especially different key figures in media started to utilize it because they knew it was an easy way to get viewership. It was an easy way to get notoriety. So they started to utilize it for that and propel them into the limelight so that they could grift off something else later. Or it was also used as nothing more than just as a front for whatever the person was doing. I mean, my problem with the anti-SJW stuff is not that there's not YouTubers out there that do agree and do believe in the things they say. It's the fact that I started to notice that there was a very parasitic relationship between the media and the influencer world. And you'll notice this too, where Kotaku will write an article and say, let's just say, Mortal Kombat is racist, right? They'll say something like that, right? And then the YouTuber will make a video about how Kotaku made this article. And then Kotaku will make articles about those YouTubers. And then not only just that, the YouTuber is putting a light on the media for this stupid article. And because of that, the article's getting clicks from multiple audiences because of that YouTuber. And so on and so forth. Now the media then is making more stupid articles to get more YouTubers to talk. And that's the thing, a lot of people weren't noticing that. And that's how the clickbait game was working. And that's where I came in and I was like, I'm done with this anti-SJW shit because no one believes in what they're saying. They're just following what the media does, and they're not doing anything or providing any solution to change the outlook of the media in general. So, like, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and I don't have anything against Geeks and Gamers. I have nothing against those guys. They're all great people. From what I understand, most people I know from them, they've all been very nice individuals. But for like an entire year, I watched Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers talk about how he's done with Disney Star Wars. Disney Star Wars is garbage. I'm not watching it anymore. I'm not paying for it anymore. I'm not giving him my money. He said this all year long. And then that end of the year when Rise of Skywalker came out, dude had paid to go see it, was running a full live stream at midnight after watching it. And I'm like, but you said you wouldn't go watch this shit. And like, oh well, I gotta make sure that my viewers are aware. I'm like, no, you didn't. You could have just said, fuck it, I'm not watching it.
Well,
that's it.
When you talk about YouTubers making videos criticizing articles, the 2015 version of me feels called out. But I do think that if they're gonna put ideas out there in the world, I think it's fine if people make videos criticizing those ideas.
No, that's perfectly fine. What I'm trying to say is this, in the beginning, it was more legitimate when people were making these videos to call out the shit we see in media. And that's understandable. Over time, though, those media sites started to catch on and were like, hey, when we make a dumb article, the YouTubers talk about it. We get more traffic over it. And we tried to circumvent this, with the archive thing. But then what does the archive links have that the main article typically does? Or what does the archive link not have that the main article typically has?
Ads?
Comments.
Up-to-date
comments. People want to read the comments. They want to leave their own comment. So what do you have to do to leave a comment or to read those comments? You have to visit the actual site. Although a lot of sites have done that. Like I said, the landscape has changed a lot, and I'm sure we'll talk about that tonight too. But that was my problem with the anti-SJW stuff. And and then there's another reason why I definitely pulled away from it, is it's all negative. Every bit of it's negative. And over time, it just makes you miserable. And you can tell that most of the people involved in it are miserable people trying to make everybody else miserable. And I just got tired of the negativity, and especially like these past this past year, with me going through my medical issues, with me now having multiple sclerosis and having to treat a general anxiety disorder now, and now taking the medication for that. That medication has changed a lot in me now, and I just can't stand that negativity anymore. I need to be more around positivity, which is another reason why the channel went from anti-SJW to Warhammer, because it's like, I enjoy Warhammer. It makes me happy. Talking about what's going on with Anita Sarkeesian this week just depresses me now. That's all.
Yeah, you're certainly right, I feel, about the anti-SJW stuff, that it is extraordinarily negative. And it seems like most of them, or not about most, but a large number of them, basically just shit on everything just for views, and they have like nothing positive to say. There's nothing that they like that's been made in the past 20 years,
Exactly. Or they just say things just to say things, because it's like, I mean, Mortal Kombat 11. Let's bring that one up really quick. And because I get, that's where my downfall with the anti-SJW side of things kind of happened. With Mortal Kombat 11, we had the thing with One Angry Gamer where it was like, let's be real, like the shit that I saw coming out of his mouth from that, and then he tried to smear me as some type of like SJW sexist or whatever because I criticized that Vara Dark woman. I when I saw that is what opened my eyes to how everything is negative and how everything is about trying to find something that's bad about this one thing. Everything. You remember that, not to bring her name up again, but you remember that video of Anita Sarkeesian where she was doing the everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to call it all out? Well, the same thing has happened.
That's to clarify though. That's what she said her view used to be.
Yeah, but you remember that video though where she said that, right?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of what the anti-SJW community had become. It was everything's woke. Everything's woke, and you gotta call it out. Everything's woke. Nothing's good. Everything's bad. Don't watch this. Don't play this. It's bad. It's woke. It was like, if you find something woke, like everything's gonna have some type of element in it that you're probably gonna think is woke. But some people just like took it over crazy, like Mortal Kombat. People were trying to say the game was woke because of the interaction between Shao Kahn and what's his name, Collector, because they made a little goofy MAGA joke, because Shao Kahn comes out and I forgot what he said, and then Collector says, "You are the one true Khan," and he goes, "Together we'll make Outworld great again." I'm like, people were trying to say the game was woke and it was attacking Trump because of it. I was like, no, it's just a tongue-in-cheek joke. And people tried to say, well, it's woke because of that Jax ending. I'm like, no, because it's just a silly ending. It's not even canonical. It was just saying it. I thought it was a little weird, but when you look in the context of Jack's character, it made sense. I fully agreed with people when they were saying, like, hey, there's a problem with these female costumes, but what I disagreed with was seeing the crowd that I run around with screaming, NRS, you need to bring back the female costumes. We demand these costumes be blah, 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 this way and that. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Who the fuck are you to tell NRS what to fucking do with their product? You fuckers were bitching and yelling and screaming against companies that would cave to the woke mob on Twitter, but you're gonna demand they listen to you now? Oh, hell no. Fuck you. You get to criticize, but you don't get to make demands. And that's why I started to really push away from that community.
Yeah, and I remember you and I were in the trenches. Lisa's in the chat; she was there too. When it One Angry Gamer and others, it seemed like they were basically just becoming the social justice warriors that they decried, albeit from a different perspective, and trying to pressure artists and developers to change their works to cater to them, which we were very much opposed to. I will say that you were very consistent.
Well, remember what I said earlier it was that shift from right to left is the same shit, just a new dogma to justify it.
And it does seem like today, a lot of the people who consider themselves anti-SJW or anti-woke, and maybe this isn't most of the people, but it's a lot of them, it seems, basically actually have a problem with diversity. They would never come out and say that, but it seems like that is actually the issue that they have in games.
Well, and yeah, don't get me wrong, there's definitely going to be people out there that actually do have problems with those things. And it's just, the thing that I always criticized about it was, when you come into making a product and your creation of the product is literally just, we wanted diversity. When you use that as a talking point, it just makes me roll my eyes and just be like, okay, here we go again. We get it. Shut up already. But, the people that legitimately don't like those things, that legitimately aren't into those things, they're a very small fraction of a minority of people. It's just, I just think that the anti-SJW community became just as toxic as the community that they claim to hate. And it got out of hand, and that's why, again, I pushed away from it and started to work on getting in a different direction. I mean, you'll probably notice now if you go to my channel that, my Warhammer lore videos are a very, very different type of thing in general. It's nothing like what I used to, but you can also tell I'm having a lot more fun with it. And I had to change it because of my own sanity. But, let's move on. Let's go on. Excuse me, I'm going to turn this fucking light off in the background here.
Yeah, you're going to go full dark. Mil-Spec Monkey said, well, maybe I should wait for him to come back. All right.
Okay, sorry
Welcome
about
back.
that.
You're good. Mil-Spec Monkey says, I get the overall point. People can overdo it, but fans wanting character consistency is not a wild concept. I assume this is in reference to Mortal Kombat.
No,
he says this point of view is essentially shut up and take it, he says.
No, this is the thing. I'm not saying shut up and take it. I'm saying that, you have a choice. And I understand. You want character consistency. You want Kitana to look like Kitana in every game. I get that, okay? But here's the thing. You have a choice. You could either A, sound just like your SJW brethren and demand that NRS change things, or you can do the one thing that works best in every scenario. Vote with your fucking wallet. Don't buy this shit. You can say, hey, I wish that Kitana had her MK9 costume in every iteration of MK, especially in 11 and 1. Okay, you could say that. But who are you to tell the dev that they have to do that, or they should do that, or they need to do that? You're nobody. You're just a consumer. And you as a consumer have the ultimate power, though. And the ultimate power is, don't give them your fucking money if you don't like that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement here too. I think criticizing it is fine, and I think that not buying the game, and even if you want to do a boycott, like a widespread national boycott or international boycott of the game, I think that's 100% fine. But don't demand that they change it, because that's infringing upon the creative freedom of the developer, I believe.
Exactly.
But we'll be getting into that later, because I'm going to argue the exact opposite point on that with you later on. So.
And that's understandable, but that's my point. I'm trying to say is like this most recent controversy, and we talked about this before the stream. We had the most recent controversy with Mortal Kombat 1, which is the fatality thing, the seasonal fatality, the Halloween fatality that they released, and they tried to sell it for $10. And look, here's something people need to understand. And Milspec, I'm not making fun of you any way whatsoever. People on the internet, especially Twitter and Reddit and everywhere, have to understand. You are a percentage of a percentage. You do not make up the majority of everything on the internet. The internet, the entirety of like Reddit and Twitter, it sounds like it's a ton of people, but the reality is you're less than 1% of the people out there that are actually complaining or bothering to be angry about this. And that's a problem that people need to understand is they think that, oh, if we go on Reddit and Twitter and we bitch and bitch and bitch, we get what we want. No, because you're not the majority out there. And the only way to get what you want is you don't buy it. Look what happened with this fatality thing, okay? They released this Halloween fatality for MK1 at the very end of October, where it would cost you $10 to buy it, right? $10. And people said, fuck you, and they didn't buy it. So what did they do this month? Apparently there's a Thanksgiving one coming out, and that Thanksgiving fatality was going to be the same fucking scenario. But instead, they came out and said, okay, we're still selling it. However, we're bundling it so it costs $10 for all of the seasonal fatalities. And if you already bought the Halloween one, we'll give you those for free since you bought the Halloween one already. Meaning, they saw all the complaints, they saw the hatred, they saw the anger, and they were like, yeah, we this is crossing the line, we got to do something, we got to reel it back. And that's what I'm saying. Let's see here. The common complaint of many games and places that we saw often listen to one weirdo demand. Exactly, and that is the problem. But you are... and here's the thing. And this is something we'll probably be touching on later, too, is for a long period of time before Elon Musk bought Twitter sounded... People, the news, the media, everybody tried to make Twitter and Reddit and all that, like, it was the vast majority when the reality it wasn't. And when Musk took over the platform, everyone learned quickly that, holy shit, the majority opinion is not what everybody thought it was.
I do
But
want
we
to
don't see me.
move on to the next question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I do want to. Lisa brought up something in her interview, and she talked about you actually. So, and she's in the chat saying, and in some cases they went way over the line and wound up hurting people that were allies. Tachyon, Blue, and I know about that. I think she's referring to, and correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, I think she's referring to the anti-SJW people. Now, there was one specific incident that Lisa mentioned in her interview with me, where she talked about you were on a stream with or interviewing a Comicsgate person, and this went a little bit off the rails from my understanding.
It's been a long time, so I don't really remember it. At least if you're in the chat, could you let me know who it was? If it was I know that we had cases where I don't remember the Comicsgate interview. It's been so many years. I'd have to go dig through all my stuff. Lisa, if you could refresh my memory, that'd be great.
I can try to refresh too, and of course she's welcome to as well. But there's like a delay in the chat, so as you know.
No, I understand.
So basically, from my understanding, and to be clear, I'm not saying all Comicsgate people are like this. Obviously, Comicsgate was a big movement, big community. There's a lot of people involved with diverse viewpoints. But from what I recall from my interview with her, the Comicsgate guy came in to the stream and started saying some like actually sexist stuff.
Oh yes, I'm
And
starting to vaguely remember. Yeah, I kicked the fucker out because I'm like, dude, you're not helping anybody here. You're not helping anyone. You're being a jackass. So I remember that. You know, I do remember that. It took me a minute, but I remember. It was a very long time ago. You gotta remember, guys, I did a lot of streams for a long time. I mean, remember, there was a point where I wasn't missing a week where I was doing a stream every Thursday night. Comicsgate, I think Comicsgate was doomed to start to begin with, but they've done a little bit better than I expected them to. But
what? I know it's not super relevant, but I want to get your thoughts for the book. Why do you think Comicsgate was doomed?
Because they took a label. That's the biggest problem. They took a fucking label. That's the problem with Comicsgate. That was the problem with GamerGate. And that was the biggest problem, too, with the Star Wars fandom and all that. And the reason being is because you took a label. See, here's the thing. And if you noticed, when you're dealing with this, especially that, I guess that SJW crowd, right? Or the media crowd, you know, the shill media, we would call it, I guess. What's the one thing they have to rely on? What's the one thing they do? Labels. Everything's got to be labeled. You're either a racist, you're a sexist, or you're part of this group, and that group's a bunch of racists and sexists, you know, right? But if you don't give them a label, and you force them to generalize, then you pull in more people. This was the mistake that was made by the media that started GamerGate. Okay? What drew all of this attention towards GamerGate? What drew these people in? Like, what actually pulled everyone in to say, fuck you, gaming media? Was what?
Something that's coming up. The gamers are dead articles.
Exactly. And what did they do? They attacked the identity itself, gamer. How many people identify as gamers, including myself and you? Millions around the world. You can't... Dude, I could throw a dart into a dark hallway filled with people and guarantee you I'll hit a gamer at least 95% of the time, right? And that is where all the other groups fucked up. Comicsgate. Comicsgate. I support Comicsgate. Okay. All you Comicsgaters are just misogynists and racists and sexist. Star Wars. We want Star Wars back to normal. We want it to be good again. Oh, we're the fandom menace. Okay, fandom menace, you're racist and sexist. That's how those movements die so quickly and don't get much farther. Because you let them give you a fucking label. Or you created the label for them. Don't call yourself shit. Don't say shit. If you want people to join your side or to see your point of view, you don't give that media the ammo they need to smear you. They can say, if they have to go out there and say, some Star Wars fans are problems, guess what? That could mean anybody. But when they say, the fandom menace crowd, that is a specific group.
I do want to get more into this. I just want to clarify for the book here. Lisa says that the one you kicked out of the stream was because he was rude to me. He was actually saying misogynistic shit to me. So
I remember that. Yeah, we kicked that dude because he was a piece of shit. I don't remember his name. No, but that's how big of a piece of shit he was.
I do want to talk about this idea that you shouldn't have a label. Do you think it's useful though that GamerGate was this? It's a hashtag. It's kind of like somewhat of a community, and it's helping other people network with other people who are interested in the same cause as them. Like, isn't that useful? Or for Comicsgate, for instance?
Well, the problem I'm saying is there was nothing wrong with the hashtag Comicsgate. There's nothing wrong with the hashtag GamerGate. That was exactly as you said. It was a good place to archive the shit you say, put all the shit you say, or all the shit that needs to be said and done in a place where people can find it easily, right? That was the best thing about the GamerGate hashtag. That's why we kept using the tag. Now, it's when you start to consider yourself a gator, or, that's when it became a problem. It was, well, all the gamer gators are bad people. All the comics gators are bad people. When you create it when you make it an identity is when it becomes the problem. You want to keep GamerGate was a movement. If anything, it was a topic, It was a subject. It was an idea. You heard the term from V from Vendetta. You can destroy people, but you can't destroy an idea. And that's what GamerGate was an idea. The problem is people took the idea and created an identity around the idea. But when you keep it vague, you give your enemies nothing to work with in that case.
I mean, it does seem kind of strange, though, because I see what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like there's a large number of people all talking about this topic. They're using a hashtag together. Some of them are posting on forums even about this stuff together as a group. They have, like, to some extent, like, demands that they want from, like, the games press. And, like, there's not a word we can call these people.
Exactly. You don't want to give them the word to call these people. They'll try to say GamerGator. But what does that mean if nobody identifies as a GamerGator? The only thing you can say is pro GamerGate people. Well, that still doesn't change anything. You can put a label on. That's that was the thing that I've always said about the media is when you give the media a label, that's what they need to smear you. But when you can't give them when they don't have a label, and you're dealing with, see, this is the best thing about GamerGate it was a large mass of anonymous people. There was no one single person you could speak to that was the leader of GamerGate, There was no leader. I loved it when people tried to claim they were a leader, or that claimed somebody was a leader. Because it was hilarious when everybody was like, I don't even know who the fuck that guy is you're talking about. For fuck's sake, for all we know, Chris Chan could have been the fucking leader of GamerGate. We don't know who it was. Oh, please God, don't ever fucking say that, because Chris Chan is fucking terrifying. Yes, Milspec is right. You're right. There is going to be a label no matter what. However, The label only becomes powerful how much you allow the label to become powerful. The media can try to call you whatever the fuck they want. The problem is, they need you to go along with the label. They need you to be on the defense, say, I ain't like that. And congratulations, you just own the label. Just don't say shit to them and say, y'all are fucking stupid.
Hey, give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna make an adjustment to the moderation if I can, because
No problem.
stuff's
My
getting
mic's not too
cut.
loud, is it?
No, you're totally cool.
Okay.
Okay, that should be better now. Let me know if there's any more issues, Porcelain, with the stuff there. All right, so hey, you consider
Okay,
yourself?
I'm good.
Do you consider yourself a gamer?
Yes, of course I do.
What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to me? I like to play games, and I'm not just a video game player. I play tabletop games as well.
Is that a gender
My
term
daughter
for
loves
you?
tabletop games and video games. What's that?
Oh, is that a gendered term for you?
No.
I do want to briefly, I don't want to circle on this, but I do want to briefly return to this label thing, because I think that one of the issues that a lot of people in society have with this like wokeness or social justice warriors or whatever it is, I think a lot of the problems that people have with this is that there is no label for this ideology, and that they're not openly adopting any label themselves, and that makes it like very difficult for people to discuss it. And like maybe it's actually good if we like in society can discuss this and do have a label to define this like group of ideas that sort of recently come into the fold in the past few years or past 10 years.
Say that again.
Like see, it seems like one of the issues that a lot of people have with like social justice warriors or wokeness or whatever it happens to be is
Mm-hmm.
that there's not a label that these people themselves adopt that you can easily refer to discuss their ideology and their belief system, right?
Exactly. And that's why they were so easy. It was so easy for them to attack the other side, though, because they were able to put a label on it, and they were able to allow that label to stick. And the people that got that label allowed it to stick. Whereas that side of the house, we call them SJWs. They don't even typically accept that phrasing. Like there are people that go, "I am an SJW," but they don't allow those labels to stick to them and allow you to coordinate with them or to connect that identity to them that way. But I will admittedly say this though, that's kind of changed over the years because there are people that do identify as being woke and being SJWs and stuff like that too. But in the beginning, before that, those terms really even stuck to them, we were giving those terms to them, and they weren't accepting those terms. But they were giving us labels, and we were accepting those labels. We all the key was this, and this is the one thing I always tell people is we're always on the defensive, which is a strategy and a tactic, especially in debate, that they always use. And that has always been that way with them. We're always on the defense. What happened? This was one of the things I had said to you when y'all were having that what was it, that debate you did with
Ninetales?
Ninetales, that was her name, yeah. When you were doing that debate with her. I said she did exactly what I said this happens. She puts you on a defense, so you had to constantly defend what you're saying. And that's the problem. We go too defensive. We just let them just keep saying whatever they want, and we're just like, we're not like that. I know you are, but what am I? We don't actually come out there and criticize them. We let them dictate every inch of the conversation,
Well,
and that was the problem.
I will defend Ninetales here.
Well, I'm not
She
talking
was.
shit about
I know, no,
Ninetales. I'm
no.
just
I
saying
just want
let's
to.
use an example from what I was
Yeah.
talking about that last
Now
time.
that was more on me though, actually, because I'm the one who wanted the debate to be more or less framed around the issue of like misogyny and harassment. Whereas she was well, we were both okay with it either way, a general Gamergate debate or a very specific Gamergate debate. I
Yeah.
chose the more specific, and she agreed with that, because I thought it would be too much to research in such a short period of time. Because I was out of GamerGate for years at that point. I wasn't doing the book interview at this time. I was just like a rando person who like knew a lot about it, but my memory was a little bit fuzzy, right? So I wanted to make sure I had all the archives and stuff that I needed. And I'm like, well, if we're going to do this debate, let's try and keep it to a small mini topic, just the harassment and misogyny portion of GamerGate, or that argument about GamerGate, and that way we can focus our research on those specific grounds. So that was more on me than it was her, and that was really dumb of me to do probably, because like you said, it put me entirely on the defense the entire time, and I probably should have saw that coming,
Well,
but I didn't.
I mean, I get what you're saying, and I understand. Like I said, I wasn't talking shit about Ninetales in any way whatsoever, or trying to make her look bad or something. It's just
Oh, I
that's
know
just
you
one of
weren't.
the things I was saying
I just
is
wanted to clarify though, because
that
like it
side of the
wasn't her idea.
house. This is like saying it's like that side of the house is typically what happens every time, like during Gamergate, during like when Gamergate was popping. What happened every time they would put an article about either Gamergate being dead or Gamergate Gators or this and that, you would see them in the Twitter world going, "We are not this. We demand to say we are not this. Stop calling us this." We were constantly on the defense instead of being on the offensive in any way whatsoever. And then, there was some other things that got involved with Gamergate that I will go into later, but that's just one of those things. Labels are a thing you should not allow to be thrown on you.
Well, I do
Don't
want to.
accept the labels. Is what I'm saying.
The reason I brought up the SJWs don't have a name for themselves point was because like I think that like them not having a name but still having the influence on society that they do has actually been like really bad. I think that that's like made our society and like discourse worse because we can't even talk about what this thing is.
Well, and that's why they do have a label now. Like they didn't ever accept any of these labels that we gave them, but over time, those labels have stuck. Like I said, the woke thing that's stuck now, and leftist ideology, progressivism, those terms and those things that they have always been around. They just never really took the label and accepted it themselves. Like the thing is we've always had terms for this stuff: progressivism, leftism, uh, the woke stuff, whatever. We've
That's
always
like
had these
so many
terms.
different things. Like you ask like 10 people, even like 10 self-described
No,
progressives,
but we
like
know
what
what
that means.
but we know what progressivism is, and we know what words are usually associated with that. Usually, a progressive is one that will be demanding a company use diversity, equity, and inclusion. Which is things that we would usually consider are associated with being woke and all of that stuff. So there are labels, there are words out there to describe this group of people. It's just there never was a hard label at that time, and that came along later, especially whenever people started to accept the words like woke and shit like that.
But a lot of
Things
the,
have changed a lot in the last 10 years since 9 years since Gamergate happened.
but at the same time, a lot of people use the word progressive to mean like, oh, I just want universal health care, or I support
Well,
social
yeah.
democracy, or I voted for Bernie, and like a lot of these people were even like pro Gamergate and quote unquote anti SJW people in many cases.
I mean, and that's understandable. But to be honest with you, I think we're getting really off fucking topic here.
Okay, all right. So on August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some saw as calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
Well, they were all a load of bullshit. It was when I saw that it happened, I saw that there was a first couple of articles that came out. I saw the first ones that went live. And then when I got onto Twitter, or actually it was YouTube, I saw someone had shown how all those articles were, excuse me, how all those articles came out around the same time. I mean, weren't they like only like was like a span of like a couple of hours, and they were all out at once. At first, when I saw them, I thought that was bullshit. When I first saw the couple articles, I was like, okay, this is a bunch of horse shit. The media's just making up bullshit again. And then I saw, though, they were all released around the same time, and that got my head my gears spinning a little bit. I was like, all right. So I started looking at YouTube and then seeing more about it, and then I was like, wait a minute. It just opened my eyes and made me realize every one of these sites, all of these journalists are talking to each other in some way, and they planned this as like a coordinated surgical strike against the gaming thing because of that Zoe Quinn thing. And that's what really kicked it off, you know? Because that's how GamerGate started. Because those articles dropped, and everybody, and it wasn't just me. Everybody had noticed this, and they were like, "Wait a fucking minute!" And it was nothing more than confirmation of what we'd all thought before. Because prior to this, we kept seeing these articles that would pop up out of blue, like Kotaku would have an article about a game being something political, right? And then shortly after that, another article would pop up about the same game with the same subject, and it would flop around. But we all thought it was kind of like coincidence, because it was like, well, they're just kind of just parroting each other, that's all. But then this happened, we're like, no. This just proved everybody's point that all of the media is colluding with each other. They're all friends, shaking each other's hands, and they're all planning and plotting narratives to try to spin things a certain way to get what they want done. And that's how we started to notice that thing. And this is also right around the time when we started to notice more of this political garbage being pushed by the media onto the gaming industry, demanding the games be have less objectification and be more politically charged. Like, stuff like... And this is also around where we started seeing the weirdness come out from these same circles, talking about we need to start having games that aren't fun, and games are this and that. It was weird. So no, that's what started it all. And when I saw it, I was like, this is complete bullshit. And this is exactly a confirmation of what I had been thinking for quite some time about the gaming industry and in the gaming media.
So, why do you think they decided to go about it this way and write these articles?
To protect themselves and protect their own kind. See, this is the thing. For the past few years, they have been pushing for they've been trying to utilize the gaming media as a method to be the voice of the gamer, and trying to say that we are the gamer's voice, and we say that games are this A, B, and C, and everybody, you know, all the gamers were been saying for the longest time, like, no, you're not our voice. We don't want that. We don't want this. But the gaming media was trying to be our voice. And what that did was just separated the gaming media from us and proved our point that we were trying to say is they're trying to speak for us. And now they outright attacked the identity and said that we did nothing, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tried to say that originally that we are the voice of the consumer, and the reality was they weren't. And when there was pushback, that pissed them off. So, and then they all felt the need that, oh shit, our friend is getting attacked by a bunch of little crybabies and a bunch of people. And they found out about what's going on behind the scenes with Nathan Grayson and her. She's our friend, guys. We gotta protect her. So they all banded together because they seriously thought there was more of them than there were gamers. and they were highly, highly misunderstood.
Do you think that what happened with the burgers and fries stuff was harassment and or was sexist?
I never really read all the burgers and fries stuff, but like I said, I'll stand by what I said earlier, is it probably was some elements of sexism and some elements of fucked up shit there, because, again, I don't think it's anyone's business that her and him were sleeping with each other. I think it was only our business that her and him had a relationship, and it was being in she was getting preferential treatment in the gaming media because of that relationship.
Okay. If the games press, after they were faced with these criticisms regarding Grayson and Patricia Hernandez, Danielle Reindow, and others, if they would have just said, "Hey, look, we messed up. We made a few mistakes. We're gonna do better in the future," maybe slap some people on the wrist, maybe fire them if the offense was especially bad, but we're gonna do better in the future, and they went about it that way. Do you think that GamerGate still would have happened, or sort of blown up into this massive thing?
I think Gamergate would have still happened eventually. It's just this would not have been the catalyst of that event. Gamergate would have eventually happened because eventually something like Game Journals Pros would have been found out, and the narratives behind all these games written, like stuff like all the, I guess you could say, all the SJW stuff that was being pushed upon the gaming industry, where they were trying to claim themselves as the voice of the consumer. I think that would eventually become an issue, and something similar to Gamergate would have happened, but this incident with Zoe Quinn would not have been that big of an issue had they just admitted, look, we made a mistake, we apologize. Nathan Grayson should have put out that this was a problem or this happened. If they hadn't done their coordinated attack, Gamergate would have eventually happened, but not in this way. It would not have been as nearly as impactful as this, and Zoe Quinn would not have actually been the catalyst to make the thing happen.
Do you think that there were issues with gamers or gamer culture, gaming culture regarding sexism?
Well, here's the thing about it. Of course, there's going to be people in any group that are sexist. You're going to have people in any group. If I take, look, for instance, if I take any crowd of people, any group, there's going to be people in that group that don't like women. There's going to be people in that group that don't like minorities. There is always shitheads anywhere you go. It's the same thing. I mean, do I think that there's definitely some negative aspects of gamer culture? Sure. I think the shit-talking thing gets a little too crazy. I don't like people that teabag. I think you're a fucking toxic piece of shit that does that. However, I don't go around and demand that the entirety of gamer culture bend to my will and do what I want it to do. I also don't demand companies to do something about people who are assholes online. I just say, okay, you're a dick, I'm going to block you, and I'm going to move on with my life. Or if I'm in a game and you're talking shit through the mic, I'm just going to mute you and move on. Even today, when I play, because I play Mortal Kombat 1 every day online, and I play nothing but against Anons at all times, till now, I have the mics muted, I have my DMs locked so they can't send me messages, and I just play the game and have fun. I don't need to interact with these people, and neither should you. You know, is there definitely negative aspects of gamer culture? Of course there is. Because of course there's going to be unsavory people in any group you go to. You could look at Warhammer players. Of course there's shitheads in Warhammer. Of course there's shitheads that are metalheads. Everybody, every group, it doesn't matter what hobby you're part of, has shitheads. It's how you just learn to live with and deal with those shitheads that matters. You can't demand a hobby or anything change just because you don't like a group, a certain set of people that are involved in that hobby.
Yeah, I had a weird experience recently. I'm not gonna say what concert it was, but I went to a concert and I stepped out of like the main arena and was talking with someone just random, and they just started like spouting off some racist stuff actually, like legit like yeah, oh you live out there, huh? Or you know,
Yeah,
it's like
I've
whoa,
had
okay,
that before
yeah, yeah,
too.
yeah. I grew up in this area and it's not the same. There's too many, you know what I mean. It's like whoa, okay. And then he even later said that he doesn't like the talking about black people, and it's like okay, I didn't use the word, but he
Well, you see,
yeah, it's like obviously any group of people. Like this is like a music venue. Like this person's probably not a gamer. He was like 60 years old, so I doubt he plays games. Um,
it's not
maybe
even that. It's just
it's not a gamer
that's
thing. It's a people any large group of
it's a
people, like you
people
say.
thing,
Yeah,
you
it's a
know.
people thing.
You, of course, you're gonna run. Like, dude, I mean, of course, I'm gonna. Like, you go to like a Pantera show, yeah, you're gonna run to some fucking hardcore Southern dudes that are not gonna be very friendly individuals that like the more colored side of the human spectrum. You know, you're gonna run into that. What you do though when you run into that is you ignore those people and you move on. You go, yeah, you know, people like that exist. It's just a factor of life. But what your problem is that you can't just walk in and tell them y'all got to get rid of these people in your group. It's like, well, you can't tell them to go away. You know, you could just not talk to them.
And gamers
Like
not even like
it's
a group.
I mean, well, like you see it in the Warhammer community all the time, especially on the Twitter times. You know, you get this group of there's a group of Warhammer players. They call them the Woke Hammers, and what they want is they demand that Games Workshop address the problem with fascists in that are into their game and blah blah blah. This it's like, dude, what is GW supposed to do? Tell them you guys aren't allowed to buy the product. Well, that's not gonna work. And also, GW's not gonna just say. I mean, when they say like, I hate this when they use they the woke hammer type people. They try to throw that phrase, that Warhammer's for everyone speech at everyone, saying that no, this is just to say fuck you to all you races. It's like, no, they're just trying to say if you're gonna partake in this hobby, don't be a dick. And guess what? You're being a dick. You know, it's not just about who you do or don't like. You know, like I've seen people where like cases apparently of like people go to the game shop and they're getting their armies out and there's that one player that has their SS themed Krieg army, right? For Imperial Guard. And so somebody gets offended by that, and they go and demand that this person be banned from the store and all that. And it's like, well, you can't tell people how they can and cannot paint their army. And two, do you know if this guy's like a hardcore World War like hardcore supporter of that? He might have just painted them that way because he thought thought the color scheme looked cool and wanted to do a World War II themed Krieg army. You know, I'm not saying that I cannot stand people like that. It's like, dude, you cannot tell who can and cannot partake in a hobby, but you can choose who and who not to interact with within that hobby.
Yeah. Well, so that's there's a discussion I watched like literally last night. It was a debate about something kind of similar. Obviously, there's billions of gamers on Earth probably at this point, all over the world, and that's not a community in any real sense. Um, I don't think. But one thing that was happening is because I'm also a political live streamer, and I operate in the political live streaming space. And
Yeah.
there's a debate that happened yesterday, or maybe it was early this morning at like 2 a.m. I didn't watch it at 2 a.m. though. um, about this idea that if you're operating as in the political streamer space, should you take steps to mitigate bad actors, or should you take steps to try and make the space more welcoming, quote unquote, this space, whatever that means, this area of the streamer world more welcoming to women, and what does that look like? And should that be like a prerogative? Does it need to happen? What does it look like? There's like this whole debate that was happening about this, involving your friend Food Shops and someone else actually. And I'm just, do you think that there is some sort of like obligation of like if you're running a community or you're participating in a community that if you see something, you speak out about it, or that you say something, or that you don't allow individuals within that community who you wouldn't associate, that you stop associating with people if they cross some sort of line?
Well, if I'm moderating a community, because say it's my community, I'm moderating it. Of course, I'm not going to let unsavory assholes into the community. I'm going to be like, no, dude, that shit's not cool here. Get out. Okay? But do I have an obligation as like a participant? No, I don't. I don't have an obligation to tell somebody to shut the fuck up and leave. I don't have an obligation to say I should be. I don't feel that I need to disassociate myself with somebody because they said something that other people don't like. I mean, I look at it like this. We all make our own choices. We all have the free will to do what we want and what we don't want. And, if a person comes into the community that I'm participating in and they're a piece of shit and they're saying crazy shit, I can just choose to be able to say, hey, I'm just not going to engage with this person. I'm not going to get involved with them. I'm just going to ignore them. I can block them, I don't need to deal with somebody. And that's how it is even in the real world when I'm not, in person. If I run into somebody that's being a racist asshole in front of my face, I can just turn around and walk away. I don't have to deal with it. Even if it's at my job and I'm dealing with some... Look, when you're at work, you got to deal with people you don't like all the time, right? You constantly do, right? You may have a boss that you don't like. You may have a coworker that has political opinions you're not fond of. But we all got to work together in one form or fashion. So you just put that shit aside, you get through it, bite your tongue, and move on with your life. It's just... I choose not to engage with crazy people, and I just stay away from them. That's just how I look at it. Do I have an obligation to point out bullshit? No. And I'm not going to point out bullshit unless I really feel like I want to. Not even if I feel like I need to, but if I want to. I am not obligated to do a goddamn thing. But in my own community, like my Discord server, I do have an obligation to moderate who is coming in and going. I do have an obligation to that community to make sure that people that aren't being dicks. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So just to make sure I get it right. Your position is essentially, if I'm moderating a community, then I have some sort of responsibility. But if I'm merely participating in it, like that's not my job. Like there's other people who handle that, or maybe it's a community where there are no rules, and that's the expectation of you being there, and you just have to deal with that, or just don't go to that community. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly my point. Yes, that's exactly my point. You make the choice to put yourself in that situation. Nobody else. You can just as easily as you put yourself there, you can remove yourself. I've heard people... You've heard this before, right? I see this all the time. Especially especially since I've been playing Mortal Kombat online, right? You always get this one person that makes this post, especially on Reddit. Why is this community so fucking toxic? How come there's all these teabaggers and shit talkers and blah, 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 blah? And then I will always respond to them and say, dude, you can mute them, you can block them, And if they teabag, you can just leave the match. You don't have to keep going. Just ignore them.
Oron Darklord and I have talked about this. And
Well,
it's something
there's
that's
one more point I gotta make.
Oh, go ahead.
There's one more point. And then the response I tend to get when I say, use the tools given to you to moderate your online experience, I get told, well, I shouldn't have to do that. Why? They were put there because someone in the development cycle of those things figured there's going to be assholes and we're going to have to give a way to moderate the assholes. Because we're not going to be able to block and ban all of them. So it's like, use your tools. You know, you are in charge of your own online experience. If you're on Twitter and people are bitching and whining at you, or you're seeing things that offend you, block it. You don't have to see it ever again. But go ahead with your point. I'm sorry.
No, I'm back during GamerGate and today. I'm still very much a strong believer in curating your own experience, and that's something that Oron Darklord also talked about recently. I interviewed him as well, and I'm interested in what you think of this idea. Obviously, a lot of you can curate your own experience in regards to who you play with. Like if you like play with a group of friends, like that's some degree of curation. And you can also block people and mute them, and that's like some degree of curation. But like, what do you think of the idea of there being like different, either a return to more dedicated servers in games, or different types of like matchmaking queues, where you can like select the kind of people you want to get matched with. Like I want to be matched with friendly people. I want to be matched with trash talking people. I want to be matched with people who don't have mics or whatever, right? And then you can like decide which queue you're in, and it will prioritize matching you with other people like that if they're available.
I mean, if a company wants to go that far with it, but here's the question is, how do you decipher who's the trash talker, who's the not trash talker ahead of time? You don't. You're going to have to start making players label all the players that. And then what happens, though, when you get players that are just dicks, they just want to be dicks and they want to mark everybody as a shit talker. Then that player that's not even a shit talker gets ratched up with all these assholes.
Yeah, there's
There's
different
a
ways
lot
you
of
could do
holes
it.
in it.
You could do things like a reputation system, and like you could also make it so that like you can't file more than like you can't rate more than like one person every hour or something as being
But
X, Y, or
here's the
Z. Or
question.
there's things you could do.
But that's the problem, though, again, is how do you stop people from falsely marking other individuals? You can't. That's why it's best just to not even do those things. That's why it's best that we need, instead of promoting and saying gamers need to be better, just promote. This is how you self-moderate your online experience. Promote the good uses for why you should be using the block features. Why you should be using mute features, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
disagree.
have that ability yourself.
I'm gonna disagree, Nurgle. I really do think that the matchmaking thing or dedicated servers, like that is really, I think, the answer to this. Like, let people choose what queue they want in. And it's not gonna be perfect, and there's gonna be some people get like falsely. I think the best way to do is let people pick their own queue, and then like if you end up getting like blocked by like huge numbers of players in the queue you're in, like then that should like maybe temporarily at least like kick you out of that queue if you're in like the friendly person queue and you get blocked by like 40 people over the course of like a 2-day period. It's like maybe this guy's doing something that's not really friendly. I think, and it's not going to be perfect, and it won't. And there shouldn't be like any permanent bans probably, but like a temporarily you're kicked out of this queue for like 48 hours or a week or whatever it is, depending on how many offenses you're on, and have like some appeals process in place or whatever. I don't know, but I think that really is the answer.
I think I think that you have a good idea. I just see my problem is I see the side of it that'll be abused. I see the side of it that won't be that I just don't see it being implemented well no matter how you try. The only way, in my opinion, again, is you need to start promoting self-curation rather than promoting the company to do it for everybody. You know, the matchmaking should be going on the skill-based system so that if you're matchmaking between players, we want to match a player who has decent stats that's doing good with other players that do good, so that they feel an even match, instead of matching, say, this player here who has 530 wins, only 200 losses, with this player that's one win out of 10. It's definitely a skill gap there. And yes,
Right.
I have gotten I've been matched up like that before. But I think self-curation is the answer. I mean, Spec Monkey here made a good point here. Modern games don't even trust us to have a filter by ping ability. So, I just don't see it working. But that's just my opinion. And you got your own opinion. Let's keep on going here and getting
All
through this
right.
GamerGate
All
thing,
right.
man, because
Would
you're getting
you?
all over the place.
Well, these things go a while sometimes. We don't have to go as late as you don't have to go super late if you don't want to. But would you have been open to hearing out the games press if instead of writing these 19 articles across competing publications, they instead just wrote one very thoughtful and nuanced article, perhaps even as like the games industry, we're going to come together and write this one article and publish it and say, hey, look, here's what we think about sexist attitudes or whatever, and or we condemn we condemn the harassment of Zoe Quinn, but we're not gonna like attack all gamers. We just want to criticize like this specific subset or this specific aspect of the culture that we don't like.
That would have been fine, but they didn't do that. See, what you just pointed out there would be considered a reasonable response. But as we learned, they are not reasonable people.
All right, what do you think of games journalism, Lord Nurgle?
Oh God. Why do I think of game? What do I think of games?
Yeah, what do you think of games journalism, just in general?
It's shit. It's filled with a lot of. It's filled with a lot of like college graduates that wanted to get hired, making big money in the journalism world, working for places like CNN and writing serious articles, that didn't realize that when they got out, they were going to have to cut their teeth and pay their dues. And so they ended up in the gaming industry writing gaming journalism articles, and instead of taking it seriously, they tried to utilize it as a platform for their own political beliefs, political garbage, and they also tried to utilize it to try to propel their career forward, to hopefully get that hard-hitting CNN job, when the reality is you didn't take your fucking job seriously to begin with. It's at a state where it's all-time low, because they can't just write about news, they can't just write about something that's going on here and there. You can't even read a fucking review of a game without getting a political sermon on something. I mean, I'm going to always point to my favorite article that came out in 2020, which was the PlayStation 5 review from, was it Kotaku, I think? It was either Polygon or Kotaku, where they wrote an entire review on the PlayStation 5 console, and at least a good portion of it was spent bitching about the pandemic and whining about Trump, instead of reviewing the product and talking about how people are entitled for wanting this thing and all this other stuff. Well, nobody's coming to Kotaku to read your political shit. Nobody wants to come to Kotaku to read about how you think Grand Theft Auto 5 is sexist and racist. We're there because we want to know what games are coming out. Is the game that you're reviewing good or bad? Why is it good or bad? What elements came into play in it? Nobody gives a fuck that it touched your feelings in the wrong way. We want to know, is it good or is it bad? Should I pay my money for it? Into the story. Do I think there's a place for opinions and like critical thinking over like subjects in games like politics? Absolutely. But I don't think it belongs in stuff like reviews, and that's gone on way too much in the gaming media. And then the gaming media itself You can tell who's paid for, who's not paid for so easily because so many of these sites, they spend so much fucking time, and I mean so much time, either sucking the cock of the company that made a game, or they are bad-mouthing the shit out of it. But you can tell which one got paid to say stuff, which one got paid not to say stuff.
What kind of reforms would you have liked to have seen happen in games journalism?
I'd like to see people get fired from their jobs for multiple reasons. One, all their constant interactions on Twitter and on social media. There's no reason why a person who attacks their audience through social media should be allowed to keep writing at a publication when all they do is attack the people criticizing their work. Look, my friend, I'm sorry to break it to you. Your article's not perfect. It's a bunch of garbage. You're going to have to accept that people aren't going to like it. Instead of being a little asshole about it, just accept people will think that you're full of shit and that you need to do better and take some criticism and try to reflect on yourself a little bit. I'm not saying that everybody should be fired. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to say you shouldn't be allowed to work in an industry like journalism, work for a publication, and attack the audience because they said that they criticized your work. Okay, I understand you don't like being criticized, but you have no right to be attacking people over that. In any industry, I'm going to say it like this, in any industry, you would lose your job immediately doing that. You know, but in gaming journalism, it's A-okay. Same goes with Hollywood and all the other crap. But that's one thing is rein in your fucking people that work for you on what they do on social media. You need to just, I think employers, and this is employers in general, I think employers in general should be paying close attention to what their employees are doing on social media that could affect their bottom line. And the thing is when you got a guy running around talking shit on Twitter to all the people that read your article, read their site, you're just pushing viewers away and reducing the amount of clicks and traffic that's going to come to your site. What I also would like to see is some literal guidelines given to these journalists on what they're covering and how far they're allowed to go on what they want to write about. I want to see that there is a guideline given to journalists on what they're allowed to do during a review. When you're doing a video game review, how much of your own personal biased political opinions should be allowed in that interview? Or not interview, in that review. Honestly, I think that none of that has a place in a review. I do believe that, hey, it's okay to go in a game that does have a political subject or context to it. Let's say Metal Gear. I feel it's okay if you want to point that out and say something about it. But,
aren't all reviews, though, essentially like opinions?
It is an opinion, but it's an opinion of a professional who's supposed to know how to play those games. And that's the other thing I was going to touch on, is a person who plays these games for a living and reviews them, it should be a person who is not a professional at it. I'm not saying the person should be a pro gamer, but it should be someone who has a proficiency enough to be able to play any game and understand that medium. We are almost always getting these reviews from reviewers that don't even know how to play the type of game that they're playing, or even want to put in the effort to understand the game or do the game right justice. Look, I can understand not every game is made for everybody, but let's just put it this way. You don't want to get your guy who mostly plays and reviews Pokemon games to review the next Dark Souls game. Because of course they're going to give it a bad review because they don't understand those games. You need to put your aces in your places. Assign the review to a person on your staff that typically understands that genre of game. You don't take the guy that plays fucking party games and put him to review Mortal Kombat, right? The guy that doesn't understand shit about fighting games. You get your guy in the group that plays those types of games. That's one of the other things I really want to see change in that side of the house in the gaming industry. I think that gaming media has a future, but the problem is it's oversaturated with people that are not focused on doing their job, but focused on doing everything but their job. Because they are mainly infested with people that just don't want to be there. That's the biggest problem.
Well, Nurgle, you say that you want employers to, as a general matter, pay more attention to what their people are saying on social media. Like that sounds like a terrifying world to me. Now, obviously, it's different if you're like using your work Twitter account, but I don't want anything I say
No.
on social
Okay,
media going to my employer.
you're misunderstanding. I may be a little bit more transparent here because I'm not being clear enough on that. What I'm saying is I'm not saying that I want employers to monitor their employees' social media and tell them what they can and cannot talk about and say online. What I am saying is if you have an employee who goes by their real name and is affiliated with the company running around on social media telling your readers, fuck you, I'm not going to listen to your bullshit opinion about my work, attacking the audience. Of course, there should be context given here, Employees shouldn't be out there attacking the audience of the company they work for because you're just pushing and costing the company money in that sense. For instance, Rachel Zegler. Okay, this whole thing with Rachel Zegler where she's doing all these stupid interviews telling people like how, the original Snow White is weird and how they might just cut this one actor's parts from the movie because it's Hollywood, baby, and all that, and that weirdness that she said. But yet Disney is not saying anything. Employers should be involved with people acting like that on social media and attacking their fan bases to make sure that they're not harming the future of the company. I'm not saying that the company should be telling an employee, you're not allowed to talk about your personal opinions on politics on your social media. That's understandable. That's just fucked up. I don't want people censored, but I want people being held accountable for the dumb shit they post whenever they're dealing with their company's audience. Look, if you're a public of... You write for an article, or you write for a company like Kotaku, okay? You are an author writing articles for Kotaku. In your profile on Twitter, you are saying that you work for Kotaku as a writer. You have your real name on there, or your writer's name on there. And you're running around telling people, fuck you, you fucking fuck, y'all fucking racist, you fascists, blah, blah, blah. Y'all, you motherfuckers just don't like hearing someone's alternate opinion and blah, blah, blah. On what I have to say on my article, you don't know what you're talking about. When you're out there acting like that, instead of being respectful to the people that are criticizing your work, you're making your company look bad. I'm not saying that the company should fire you because of what you post online, but I'm saying the company should have some type of social media guideline of conduct if you're going to conduct yourself online, especially when you are utilizing your real name and the fact that you work at a place. Am I making a little bit more sense of what I'm saying? Because I'm not saying that we should control what the company should be controlling what people are saying online. They should at least be controlling their employees to not attack the audience and go after the people that are reading their articles because they're criticizing what someone said.
I mean, personally, I think it would depend on like a lot of different factors. Like, what is an attack on the journalist, for instance? Like, because or how is the journalist attacking them? Like, if the journalist's disagreeing with them, they're debating them. I think that's probably fine. If they're like, oh fuck everyone who reads this site, or fuck gamers as a whole, and you're using it on your work Twitter, I think that's different. As for someone's
what I'm saying.
Twitter, I don't care what they do. I don't care.
Well, see, that's the difference here. That's the difference here. Is if you're going to do that sort of thing, if you're going to be like that, then you should probably use a Twitter account or a social media account that's not linked to your name, that's not linked to your job. Do something outside away from that.
Well, linked to your name is fine. Linked to your job.
I wouldn't even. No. You know why you don't want to link your name? You know why you don't want an employee having linking their name because their name is written on that article that wrote that article.
Yeah, and
They are still a representative.
I'm
Well,
also
they're
an author
still
of a book.
representing your. Okay, this is the
So
thing.
my name has to be out there.
I understand, but this is the thing. They are representing their company, whether you believe it or not.
No, man.
Because their name is out. No, hold on. Their name is out there, right? Their name is on the articles that are written on the company. You are still a representative of that company, no matter what. When your real name is tied to that account.
When I clock out, bro. When I
clock
clock out, bro, it's entire. Work's fucking done,
That's
bro.
not how it works, man. That's not how it is, though.
That's how it should be.
Not how it is. That's how it. There's a difference between how it should be and how it really is. The thing is, though, you get on Twitter with your real name and you're talking like that, people are gonna tie it to Kotaku. We already see it how many fucking times? How many times? Look what happened to Libs of TikTok. People went after like her fucking family and her career. Outside of that, and she doesn't even use an anonymous name.
But I criticize stuff
like
that. Or
doesn't even use her own.
Well,
I understand that, but that's my point. That's always going to be there. And this is what I've said is companies need to start implementing a social media conduct guideline. I'm not saying they should be forcing you to say A, B, and C. I'm saying that there should be some type of guideline going on for going forward.
Yeah, I don't
where
think
I work, we have a system of guidelines to follow when it comes to using social media. And I'm not restricted on saying a lot of things, but I can't go on my social media and poo-poo my company and then also poo-poo the people that fucking are involved with my company or that criticize me in my company.
Well,
I can't. I'm not allowed to do that.
We live in we're supposed to live in like a free society though, where I think part of that though is that that not the government and not your employer either should be able to police like what your opinions are on the internet.
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to say is, it's a very thin line. It's very hard to generate that type of policy. But I'm saying that if you're going to be associated with a company, there should be some form of conduct that the company tells you, this is how you shouldn't be acting on social media, especially if you're a representative of our company. Like I said, I'm Lord Nurgle on Twitter, okay? If I'm on Lord Nurgle spouting dumb shit, saying stupid shit, that's different. Because I'm not representing my company directly. I'm not posing as a real person. I'm Lord Nurgle.
All right, I'm gonna put out one last point on this. You can disagree. It's more of a question.
Okay.
I think a better approach is to basically treat political opinions and political viewpoints as being a protected class, that you can't be fired based on them.
I agree with that too. You should never be fired for your political opinions. Even if they are absurd. You shouldn't be fired for that. You shouldn't be fired for your religious beliefs. You shouldn't be fired because because of what's in between your legs or hanging on your chest. You shouldn't be fired because of the color of skin that you have. Or what other country you're from. No, I agree with all that. I do agree with it. This is gonna sound very against the woke, against the anti-woke people, but I do agree with equal opportunity.
How responsive do you think the games press was to calls for reform?
0. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care about reformation whatsoever. To them, it was all about owning the chuds. That's all it was.
Well, a lot of these gaming sites did create ethics policies for the first time and did add disclosure to like some articles.
That's true. Okay. I'm basically being a little facetious there, but that's true. They did start creating and implementing policies, but they were doing it on the back end without anybody noticing because they didn't want to admit that GamerGate was right. They didn't want to admit that GamerGate was doing the right thing. They also realized, too, there were possibilities of lawsuits opening up for some of that shit. Because it could have been false advertising and things like that.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
What would I have done? I probably would have pulled those employees aside, spoke with both of them, investigated the issue, and figured out what was going on. I also would not have allowed them to write any more articles and separate them from the topic and subject, and talked to them and said, look, online, just go ahead and please stay quiet about this. Do not interact with people about it. Let it go. And either A, it's going to go over, or B, we're going to address it. And if I decide that this is an issue that needed to be addressed, we would address it publicly. We would make sure that there was a public apology. We would redact whatever information needed to be redacted from the previous articles that these involved, and would make sure that those employees are penalized properly within the company. Whether that means if they were supposed to be let go, or if they were just supposed to be minorly penalized, or punished. I would not just say, fuck it, let them do whatever they want to do. Let's just back up our employees no matter what. No. It's something to look into, and it's something to find out the reality is, because the question is, if my employees are doing this, what other employees of mine are doing these things too? Is this something that's going on company-wide that I need to address?
You were a bit optimistic earlier, so I want to ask you, do you think that there's still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like?
There is a role. And what does it look like? Like what you see on the content creators of today and the Twitch streamers now, and the YouTube and the Twitch community now, or I guess Kick now because they have streamers too. There is a role for games journalism, and the role for games journalism is honest information and honest critique. Being less biased towards different audiences, being less biased towards pushing your own political agenda and opinion into it. There is room for proper games journalism. People want games journalism. They want good sources of information to read about the video games that they love playing and reading about. There's nothing wrong with think pieces, don't get me wrong, but when you perform a think piece and you put one out, that think piece should be dressed as exactly what it is. A series of opinions and what you feel and believe about this game that you're talking about. Not a bunch of shit dressed up as a bunch of facts when it's not that. Because remember, there's more than one interpretation to any one product out there. I mean, when you look at music, look at a song, there are songs out there that mean different things to different people, no matter what, including the artist that wrote it.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this revelation?
It was just a confirmation of what everybody expected and believed was going on to begin with. I mean, we all knew something was going on. We all had a feeling even before that, and that was just a confirmation of it. Do I think it was wrong that they had this little group that they spent talking to each other? Absolutely not. There's no reason why industry members would not conversate amongst each other about the topics and the things that they cover and talk about. Because that is a good way to, I'll be perfectly honest with you, that is a great way to get different perspectives about a subject that you're covering, one of the things I always did whenever one of the things I do in the Warhammer world now, is when I'm painting miniatures and I'm trying to learn a new technique, I will consult different hobbyists of my hobby and ask things about them. And I think that in an industry of professionals, there is nothing wrong with them all conversating with each other. The problem came with the fact is they all worked together in unison to conduct a coordinated attack on the gamer identity. That was where the problem is. But I think there's nothing wrong with them conversating with each other's peers to further get understanding on a subject or topic that they're talking about or they're doing. I just don't like the idea that they all colluded and worked together to coordinate a single attack. Because it was something we all knew that was going on.
To be clear, though, we don't know.
You can't tell them.
the Games Journal pros didn't reveal specific planning of the Gamers for Dead articles, though there was some other like really bad stuff in there, like the blacklisting of journalists and game developers.
Oh, I agree with that too. That's another issue altogether. There was no need for the blacklisting. There was no need for all of that, and I do think that that was all not okay. But again, it's just I'm just not against industry professionals talking amongst each other, trying to help each other out in the industry. Because here's the thing: any industry you work in, every industry is a small industry, and everybody knows everybody, no matter what. But I do have a problem with the blacklisting thing, and that shit should not have been allowed either. And ignore the dog.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
I actually, okay, deep freeze is a tricky thing for me. Um, Before I go to deep freeze, let me see, well, if you can look at the chat, find out what they had to say there, but, uh, deep freeze is tricky for me for several reasons, and the reason being is that I do think it's cool that we have this site where we can go there and see the history of a particular writer from Kotaku, right, or Polygon, and we can see the bullshit that they've written in the past and see what they've done. At the same time, I don't like it for the same reason why I wasn't fond of stuff like the social autopsy thing. Is you're kind of putting a target on people. You're putting their information into this database, hoping it's going to be right and moderated properly. And now this database is there as kind of like a blacklist in itself. It's like, oh, now an employer, if this person comes to an employer for a job, the employer can pull up deep freeze and be like, nah, I don't want to hire this guy. And I feel like it kind of paints a target on people's backs. So it's one of those things. I see it as a double-edged sword. At one side, I think it's great because it's a good resource for people who are reading articles to be able to find out if the person they're reading is trustworthy enough. But it could also be used for bad as well. So that's just how I view it.
Yeah, is if someone didn't get a job because the employer said, "Hey, look, I looked up on deep freeze and you've got like 17 violations, and I went through them and they look kind of serious, so I don't want to hire you." Like, isn't that good though?
Yes and no. Because as as people that work in an industry, as workers that we are, okay? In my industry, you know, I don't when I go to look for a new job or go to a new employer, I want to be able to be judged on, you know, I want to be able to be given that chance to work there and that opportunity. You know, if I've had made mistakes in the past, I may be trying to better myself from those mistakes. But I just don't like the idea that it kind of, I don't know, it's just a gray area for me, I guess. I mean, if they find it, but that's the other question is we're calling it violations. Is deep freeze like it's like how official of a site is deep freeze anyway?
Well,
I don't even
as
know if
far
it's
as I'm
being used
aware,
anymore,
yeah, it's not
but
updated anymore. But as far as I'm aware, I don't believe like any. It's not like Wikipedia where like anybody can create their own article. I think that all of the stuff that is sent over to them was vetted by Bone Golem, or maybe he had some
oh,
other
okay.
people helping too. So it's like it was vetted stuff. People would actually have to, and they do link. They provide sources um, for the claims that they make about specific games
Well,
journalists. But they also do show corrections too. So they do show like, okay, this person or this, well, now to be clear, like a correction could be from the person itself, be like, oh hey, look, I made a mistake, I messed up. Or it could be from their bosses, the editors doing it. So like we don't necessarily know that a correction was because they recognized their mistake and want to do better in
excuse
the
me.
future. Though presumably that would involve their boss talking with them at some point, I imagine. If their
Well,
boss is
yeah.
issue a correction.
Yeah, you know, the thing is like, I guess maybe it's in the same vein as like you having your social media account and your employer checking out your social media and being like, or potential employer going like, yeah, I saw some of the stuff you do. You're just not really fit for the company that we're looking for. But, you know, that's a thing that we're going to have to start looking at in the future, you know, is social media usage and online database usage, because I mean, it's becoming more prevalent, and I think that it's becoming a gray area. I don't know what to do about it either. But with deep freeze, I say, okay, so we have this database that tells us everything we need to know about a person and what's going on. That's cool. But I just worry about like people losing their jobs when they shouldn't be losing their jobs, or people being denied for a job because something they read on deep freeze that may or may not even be true, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. It's a gray area for me. I'm still kind of trying to feel it out for myself. I don't know if it's something I can agree or disagree with just yet. That's all.
Okay. In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay Conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with Gamergate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered Gamergate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
Oh my god. First of all, Mike Koretsky, and I'm pretty sure he's a good guy, but I remember watching that and the fact that he wouldn't let anyone fucking talk half the time. He just kept interrupting Gamergate people constantly. Uh, the event to me felt like a lot of bullshit because, like, when the engagement was going on, what was driving me nuts was that it almost seemed like the people that were there to validate what Pro Gamergate had to say, which, because I think the panel was, what was it? It was Milo Yiannopoulos, it was Christina Summers, and there was another dude, wasn't it?
It was 6 people on the Pro Gamergate side. It was unfortunately
I just
Milo,
remember
Christina
Milo. I
Huff
remember
Summers,
Milo and
Kathy
Christina.
Young, Ellen
That's right.
Bakari, Mark
Oh,
Seb, and Ash Scow.
yes, that's right. Well,
Well, I'm interviewing Ash Scow in like a week.
how could I forget Ash Scow? She was
Next
always
week.
really nice and really cool.
Well, hey, watch my interview with her next week.
I'll have to.
Next
I'll have
Tuesday.
to. She probably won't even remember me at all. I know she's not that. She doesn't live that far from like where I live out here. She's out here in the same area or whatever. Um, which is funny because I've never had any run-in with her ever. I always said that. I'm like, because I almost got involved with one of the Gamergate meetups from out in DC, because I live out in Virginia, like Northern Virginia and shit. But anyway, uh, but I remember that, and it annoyed me because it seemed like the people that were there to validate what Pro Gamergate had to say didn't want to fucking validate a goddamn thing, and all they wanted to do was throw. Because I'm trying to remember this now. This was a long time ago. It seemed like all they wanted to do really was just keep throwing shit at them.
Well, there were
And
two. There were. You mean Roy? Fuck. Rin LaForme and Lynn Walsh
yeah, I remember all of them. It's just
and Derek
I
Smart.
just yeah, I just felt like yeah, Derek Smart was like the nicest one. He was the only one that was really on our side with
Well,
everything.
Lynn was neutral, but I think Lynn was pretty fair actually.
I think I remember Lynn. It was that other guy though, but I felt like they didn't
Ren
really.
LaForme, a lot of people disagreed with him and thought he was too
Yeah,
biased. But like,
he was
I
really
appreciate
biased.
he had his biases, and maybe he still does. I've reached out to him originally to interview him, but now I've got so many people that it's not really doesn't really matter. But I mean, like, I'm glad that he agreed to do this, even though he went in thinking GamerGate was pretty bad. If he thought
Yeah,
that, assuming he
and
thought
you
that.
know, but I just felt like most of it was. I felt like most of the problems we had with it is that Koretsky just couldn't shut the fuck up. He just would not shut up 90% of the time and let other people talk. And they were just like, dude, shut up and let others talk. He was always interrupting the Gamergate side. Always. Through the whole fucking thing. And, like, it was obnoxious.
Well,
And as far as the event goes, when the threat happened and they all had to evacuate, you know, my thought was, well, you did the right thing evacuating, but the thing is I thought you guys had put something in place to try to mitigate this, to stop this, you know? And that was one of the other things that pissed me off about it, was just like, I knew that was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen.
yeah. Yeah, we knew it was. I knew it was going to happen. We all did.
You know?
They did, to their credit. They didn't have a backup plan, or maybe this was the backup plan. I don't know. But they ended up going to an abandoned building across the street from the convention center, and they
Yeah, I
were
remember
hanging out
that.
under the carport and were continuing the discussion there, um, on a live stream
I remember that.
with
What's his
someone's
name?
phone.
Oliver Campbell was walking around looking like the Daywalker. I
So
used to laugh about that.
I've actually interviewed Koretsky. He's actually watching most of these. Or he's gonna buy the book and he's watching some of the interviews. He says. Do you have any other advice or feedback for him about the event and how he did it?
Well, my advice would have been this: you should have just had security outside the doors at all times. You shouldn't have taken every single phone call seriously over it. Well, which you kind of have to, but they could have easily had there could have been a way to mitigate that. I don't know how nowadays, but there could have been a better way to handle it. And the other thing I had was, and this is not against Koretsky. I'm not saying Koretsky is a bad guy whatsoever. I don't even know the guy, but let both sides equally talk. And that was the biggest problem, was Gamergate in all scenarios and all issues never was allowed to talk. They're never allowed to talk. They're always shouted down. They're always talked over. They're never allowed to speak. So, and that was my biggest issue with SPJ, was this was the point where Gamergate could have put out what they really had to say. Gamergate could have really put out and put to rest all these accusations. But Koretsky, in my opinion, would not let any of the Gamergate side truly talk, you know?
I asked Koretsky actually about this, and he acknowledged that he got a lot of negative criticism for the way he handled the second half, especially with Milo. But he argued that Milo wasn't even really wanting to talk about Gamergate stuff. That he really seemed like he wanted to promote himself and his own ideas, and
That's
not
because
even really
Milo's a
talk about.
narcissistic little creepy dude.
Yeah. Well, and he also said something interesting too, which is like, well, Gamergate people to some extent like did choose these representatives, and I don't have a problem with most of them. But like there were live streams to discuss who should be on this, and there was a
hmm
panel that chose the panel. Um, there was a panel of Gamergate people, which was mostly people Koretsky talked to on Twitter, it seemed like, or talked to in other
hmm
capacities. So there was like, to some extent, some degree of buy-in from some Gamergate people in saying, "Hey, look, we want these people to go here." There was no election or anything like that, of course, but and he argues that two of the people, Milo and Christina Hoff Summers, might have been like really bad choices to represent your movement. Like I wouldn't, but I like Christina Hoff Summers. I should clarify. I'll just make that clear. I like Christina Hoff Summers. I don't agree with her on everything, but like I think she's like a good person. Um, and I've interviewed her and I have no issues with her at all. Um, but like he argued that Milo and Christina Hoff Summers, like they reflect badly on GamerGate. That we chose them. And he says Christina Hoff Summers for one reason only, which was that he thought that she should have stayed for the after discussion. But she says that
hmm
she didn't know that the after discussion was taking place. That's why she left after the bomb threat and didn't go to the secondary building. But anyway, that's sorry. I was just way too. Anyway, what do you think of the fact that Milo was there representing GamerGate to some extent?
You see, this is the thing about Milo is he's always been a narcissistic asshole. Uh, but you gotta think in context of who Milo was then compared to who he is today. Back then, Milo was still making a name for himself and still getting big, and he did use Gamergate as the ultimate grip. But there's one thing I cannot deny about Milo, and I'm not a fan of Milo. Please keep that in mind. I absolutely cannot stand the guy. Uh, but there's one thing I can say about him was he did do the work. You know, he did the digging, he did the investigations, he did the research. And honestly, as much as I hate saying it, he was not the most, he probably wasn't the best choice to send as a representative, but I think he was a necessary representative for the simple fact that he was the original to kind of kickstart and move a lot of things forward, where things went in the positive direction the Gamergate was headed towards at that time. Um, like I said, he did the research, he did the digging, and he did a lot of digging. I mean, he was the one that unsurfaced. Who was that Butts person? You know,
I don't
you
think
Sarah
I don't
Butts.
see again.
He was behind some of
I
that.
don't
You
know
know,
if he
and
actually was though. Like because a lot of that stuff I think got leaked
hey,
to him by other people.
even though it was leaked, he was still the one that reported and exposed a lot of that to the mainstream press and to the main public. So that was a big part of that. And I understand that people didn't like him as a person, and I'm not a fan of him either. But at the time, he was he was kind of the pioneer that kind of did the most good for Gamergate in the very beginning. Now, over time, he became the double edged sword. But as sending him as one of the representatives, it was a no-brainer because he was the one that helped expose a lot of the stuff in the beginning. You know? Uh Christina Summers, she's an amazing woman, and even now she still talks about her fun with Gamergate stuff and everything.
Yeah, she's very
But
open about it. Yeah.
and I think that she was also another good representative to ask to go there because she was another one of the first ones to point out what the fuck are y'all talking about with this shit, you know? And she unlike the other side of the gaming press was understanding and realized, you know, that there's more to the story than what's being told, and the same was going with Milo. It's just Milo saw dollar signs. He is a narcissistic ass. And yeah, when he went there, you could tell he was trying to sidetrack things a lot, talk more about himself, because that was also the point where he was about to propel himself into a different career. You remember, because eventually he left Breitbart, and then he started doing his little tours and all of his stuff that he was doing. But you know, that was like right before that happened, but I still don't think he was the absolute wrong choice. I think he was a necessary evil, unfortunately, because he brought forward a lot of things that weren't being covered by the mainstream media. He was kind of helping the voice of the gamer at that point in time. It just sucks it had to be him and not somebody that was a little more uh reputable that we could have done with. That's all.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover SBJ Airplay?
Because the media was afraid that if they covered it, one, Gamergate is a storm in a teacup. As much as people don't want to admit it, Gamergate was not nearly as large as the world seems to think it, or as the Gamergate and anti-Gamergate side thought it was. It wasn't mainstream to the point where people all over the world truly knew about it. It was only internet people. Even what they were running on the news, most people still didn't know what Gamergate was. And two, the gaming media and the media itself knew that if they covered SPG Airplay, it would have brought eyeballs to it, and a lot of things that they had been spouting would have been dispelled, and they knew that if that was the case, that's what would have happened. And to me, it wasn't the most important thing that happened in Gamergate, but it definitely would have caused an end to, or it would have dispelled a lot of the bullshit that the media put out there, and it would have exposed a lot of it.
Some people believed that GamerGate should have ended after SPJ Airplay. What did you think?
I didn't care. It was Gamergate should have ended after a couple of years, but it was never going to end that way because you can't end something that people are going to keep using. Even today, people still cling to the identity and cling to the hashtag. And even today, the media still can't shut up about them either. They still try to attack Gamergate. They still try to blame things on Gamergate. I mean, shit, did you know? Did you know Gamergate was going to Mars at one time too? I mean,
Oh yes, I do remember. the
remember it
Guardian,
was
the Guardian article.
the Guardian used that, like, it was just ridiculous. The media still uses it as a way to try to get attention and everything. Should it have ended after SPG or SPJ? Maybe, but I mean, I feel like after like the 2 years that had been around at that time, or like, I even felt like it was after a couple years that it should have just ended, but it kept going. You know, when it should have ended is when it was no longer about combating the media's journalism and all that. When it should have ended is whenever it was finally starting to take off and being utilized by grifters, and when it was being used as nothing more than a front to fight the SJW stuff and all of that. It's that's when it really needed to end, because eventually went from ever, like, it was always about games ethics. It was always about ethics and journalism, right? It was always about that. But where it should have, but eventually it morphed from just being ethics and journalism to almost always being about SJWs, always being about woke shit, you know. And I think that's when it should have ended, was when it was at that point. Maybe it should have ended at that point when, Mundane Matt and all those guys went to see Anita at what's it called, at the
VidCon was
the
it?
the VidCon thing and whatever, you know. Maybe it should have ended after that because it was still going after during that time. It's still going today. It's not as big and prominent like it used to be, you know. But
I
I,
uh,
I
I do want to talk about. This is a new question. I don't ask people about this, but I'm going to start because I think the real life stuff is actually kind of important, like the real life conferences and stuff we did. Do you have any thoughts on the South by Southwest Save Point panel or other panels at conventions like the Arch Anime panel or NatsuCon panel that I did?
I never watched any of those panels, so I don't know. I know that there were some. I know where there were some panels in two that were mostly dictated by anti-Gamergate. Uh, I never saw those panels as productive or non-productive. I always saw them as useless, to be honest with you, because most of those panels didn't have much of attendance. Like, most people, there wasn't a lot of people even in attendance in those panels. Um, I do think it was good that those conversations were happening in a real life space, but I don't ever think that they were actually truly healthy or helpful panels to begin with. And I'm not mocking you or anybody's panels. It's just, I just never felt like those convention panels did anything. If anything, they just were just a fart in the wind. You know, there were conversations had at some of those. And sometimes you had people that stood up and questioned the narrative when you had some of the panels that were dictated by the anti side. But most of the time, I just felt like they just really didn't do much of anything and didn't really provide much to the conversation or to
Do,
the issue.
do you think the Gamergate banner should have been used to take on other gaming industry issues outside of games journalism, like microtransactions, predatory practices by publishers, things like that?
Mm, no, it should have stayed. Well, no, because by then, even by then, Gamergate had this negative aspect to it of being nothing but a large group of, like, harassers and sexists and all that stuff. And I think that if Gamergate tried to be utilized to fight back against, these bad industry practices with like the microtransactions and things like that, I feel like it would have even gotten more ignored, or the gaming media wouldn't have even said anything about anything. They would have just ignored and swept it under the rug because at the time being too, even today, it's like if if the Gamergate side is for something that even the media side would agree with, they have to go against the Gamergate side. So it's good that it didn't hang into that label to push against those things, because otherwise it would have reduced the amount of attention that those things would have gotten.
And just to quickly clarify, you say the aspect of Gamergate about um, harassment or misogyny. You mean like do you mean that that was common in Gamergate at that time, or do you mean that the media perceived that or put that message out
Well,
there?
well, that was what the media had promoted that Gamergate was at the time, and even today. So if you tried to tag another, if you tried to tie other issues into Gamergate, things that Gamergate supports to fight against, they would have just said, "Well, if you wanna fight against this, you're agreeing with a bunch of sex harassers and whatever." That's what I was saying. I'm not saying Gamergate was that. I was just saying that's what the media had promoted Gamergate to be, and then it would have largely made any other issues that was being thrown out there under that banner be ignored, because the media would have just done their best to push it aside, and continue to say the Gamergate is bad and this, don't go siding with them over this and stuff like that. I don't think it would have helped in any way. That's all.
Some Gamergate supporters believe that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince public gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
Where do you think that current strategies happened right now with a lot of current YouTubers and platforms and a lot of different individuals out there getting canceled? Where do you think that tactic came from? We started part of that. And yes, I agreed with that, because it's the thing is you're okay. If you're an advertiser for Gawker, you're an advertiser and you let Gawker advertise. Here's Gawker's main dude running around saying we should bring back bullying. Do you want to be associated with that? Absolutely not. So I agreed when they went that. I saw that actually as a very, and I mean a very successful campaign, because remember what Bring Back Bullying Biddle did, right? What he said? He said that cost him, like, so is it 6 million or 6 billion or something like that in money?
He
Like,
said
it
he said
cost,
it was seven figures. He didn't say exactly how much.
yeah, it was a big, he said though it cost them a large amount of money. It cost them like millions in advertising revenue because of those campaigns. Because he said Gamergate was the cause of that problem. And I still agree. I'm like, hey, that's a good way to protest. That is a great way to protest in any stretch of it, regardless. You think a company's doing something you don't agree with, or whatever, contacting their advertisers and letting them know what this company's doing is a proper way to protest. It's a good way to harm the company. And I stand by it being a good way. And I don't knock people that, like, what did it happen recently? I mean, it's happened on the opposite side of the spectrum plenty of times with Harry's Razors and Daily Wire. I mean, it promotes it. I think it's fucked up, but it is a good way to protest, and I saw that as a successful thing that Gamergate did do,
Well,
because it did cause damage to those companies and to some of those publications.
did you support contacting advertisers over ethical violations only, or for other reasons too?
For both ethical violations and other reasons, I mean, basically unsavory practices in general, and that can just be anything that was unsavory, like ethical violations, you know, hiring, I guess, allowing sex offenders or something on their group or whatever, you know. But my point is I just think that it was a good way to protest against them and to promote go against them in general.
What about opinions you don't like about video games?
I don't think it's a good way to go about that. Look, everybody's allowed. Listen, everybody has an asshole. Our opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. The only difference is some assholes stink more than others. I mean, I don't think any publication should be losing advertisers because the opinions that the writers put out there on their articles. That's their right, you know? As much as I laugh and can't stand how Kotaku might say Street Fighter is problematic and they should never have brought back Cammy's costume, I don't think they should lose business, I don't think they should lose advertisers over that. It's their opinion. They can say that. I mean, you know, we all got opinions. That's their thing. They can put that out there if they want to. My only thing is this. If you put it out there, you make sure it's known that it's an opinion, not a fact, or that you're not dressing it like a fact. That's all I say is make sure it's put out there and it's obvious that it's stated ahead of time. This is an opinion piece. This is the writer's own personal belief, you know, or whatever. But I don't think advertisers should ever be protested against just because the company has an opinion that I don't like.
Do you think that by hurting these companies' pocketbooks, that that people who supported GamerGate, whatever that means, made it more likely or less likely that these gaming websites would come to the table and negotiate?
No, because if they had hurt the pocketbooks enough, they would have had to come to the table and come to some form of terms. But I don't think they would have done it either way, even if we hadn't fought hard against them. And honestly, these websites, because I know we'll talk about it later, but these websites aren't, you know, they didn't start hurting until years later anyway. The effects of Gamergate honestly haven't been felt until not too recently for a lot of these companies.
I know you had a lot of conversations back then about artistic freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Did you consider this a part of Gamergate for you?
But artistic freedom?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is the thing, and like I talked about earlier with the Mortal Kombat thing, was it's like this. I got no problem with any developer that wants to make their product any way they want. You know, if you want to make your product about a diverse... I'm going to kill this dog. If you want to make your product about A, B, and C, go right ahead. You should be allowed to do it. If it's against my opinions, my beliefs, who fucking cares? It's your product. Make it. But at the same time, if it's against someone else's opinions, if like the gaming media always was quick to attack a company that wanted to make a game about a sexy female or something like that, fuck you too. They should be allowed to make that. Everybody should be allowed to make the media they want to make, okay? They should be allowed to do it. They should be allowed to creatively express themselves and do as they want. Again, I have no problem with Kotaku or The Gamer writing their political pieces about video games and movies and other things. Those are cool little think pieces that they want to write. Write them. Just don't try to dress them as opinions, or not as opinions, as facts. I will never tell a developer or a creator, you shouldn't make this. And I don't want that developer or creator to tell me I shouldn't make it. Or tell me what I should and should not make, or what I can make. We should all make what we want to make, put it out there, and see if it stands in the open free market. But you see, that's also a problem behind some of these others that put out these products, is They knew that their product would not stand on the open market well at all, so they did everything they could to kind of destroy and demolish all the other stuff out there.
What do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
That's the biggest load of art horse shit I've ever heard in my fucking life, and it's even more absurd as the violence thing. Here's the thing I'm going to say right now. We have study after study after study after study that disproves all of these beliefs. All over the place. Okay? Number two, to claim that little Johnny seeing Cammy's butt is going to make him a sexist is the same absurd claim that little Johnny playing Grand Theft Auto is going to make him go on a mass shooting spree. And as a matter of fact, it's even more absurd for one reason. At least the argument of violence in video games had some basis behind it. There's not even any basis behind games saying that they cause sexism. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard, and it never did. Look, I've been playing video games my whole life. Every game I play, I main female characters. I love sexy female characters. They're fun, they're enjoyable. I haven't gone out there and acted like a fucking sexist pig because of it. And I've been playing this shit since I was a kid. Dude, I've been staring at Cammy's ass since Super Street Fighter 2 when I was in junior high. I haven't gone out and decided to go play grab ass in real life with random ass females that don't know me, or go try to like, forcibly push myself onto women because I played fucking video games that had sexy characters in it. Nor have I tried to go run around on a mass shooting spree because I like games like Doom or Mortal Kombat.
All right,
It's an absurd bullshit claim.
all right, Nurgle. Here's where I'm going to be pushing back hard. Okay.
Oh God.
Okay. Do you think video games are art?
Yes, they can be.
Do you think
I
that? God.
I think they are ultimately a product that have artistic elements, and you can see them as works of art.
Do you think that works of art could influence the way people see the world?
Yes, it can.
Do you think that people might behave differently or act differently in the world because of beliefs that they hold that they formed in part because of artistic things that they've encountered?
That's a tough question, but no, because behaviors the way a person behaves, the way a person acts, the way a person perceives the world is also based a lot more on the way they were raised and the way they were brought up as a child and the way that they were taught. You see, just because this goes back to the discussion here is now, if you took a game like Doom and you threw it into a little kid's face and he played Doom every day of their life without getting that parental exposure from the parents saying this game is not real, this game you can't really go do that to people, monsters aren't real, blah 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 blah. Well, the kid will always perceive. Well, his reality is gonna be perceived by that game alone when he goes out into the real world because he's never been taught otherwise. Thing is behaviors are taught mostly by parents and by authority figures of the kid or person as they're growing older. They are going to see art. Art can make you see and perceive the world in different ways and see different perspectives, but it can't make you just become a bad person because you've seen the art. It can't make you become something else than what you already are. You're not going to stop and change your way of thinking 100% just because you saw a piece of art. If I go look at the Mona Lisa, it's not going to make me suddenly see everything as the Mona Lisa, but it allows you to see a perspective of a different view of the world around you. That's it. Behaviors, though, it's not influencing behaviors whatsoever.
Well, you say it's mostly, the way you're raised and the environment like around you, especially when you're younger. that interacts,
Yes.
that informs how you're going to behave in real life, right?
For the most part, yes.
But like to some extent, like even as an adult, like you can read a book and that shows you a different perspective you hadn't considered before. Like let's say you read 1984
Hmm.
and you become concerned about totalitarianism as a result, right?
Well, yes, you can, and I get where you're coming from on that, but that's not going to change my personality. That's not going to change the person I am. It might make me have a heightened awareness to the possibility of totalitarianism. I mean, I can tell you now, I've read plenty of books and watched plenty of movies that's completely changed my outlook on different topics and subjects and perspectives. But that's just the thing is that's what 1984's goal was to kind of open a person's perspective on the concept of what totalitarianism is. Can it make you a paranoid delusional nut job? Yes. But that's also the difference too, that you were a person who was not raised properly on how to see the difference between fiction and reality as well.
Well, is it even not being able to see? Obviously, there's crazy people, and like we can exclude them from this conversation, for the sake of discussing it. But like a normal person who reads a book like 1984, and let's say that that does change the way they look at things to some extent, and like doesn't the way they look at things also to like some extent like inform their actions? Like if they might be voting certain ways, they might advocate for certain policies that they wouldn't otherwise, they might decide to run for office and try to like stop certain things that they see as being totalitarian, and this could have been started or sparked to some extent because of their interest in this book.
Well, yeah, you draw inspiration from everything. I mean, that's just how that is. A book like 1984 might just wake a person up to certain things that they've never noticed before. Like you said, it gives them a different perspective of the world around them. It gives them that makes them see certain things differently than they did. But it's not going to change the person's ability to function, or how can I say? It's not going to change the person's behavior. It just might make their awareness a little more heightened. They might say, okay, you know what? I'm noticing things that are very similar to the 1984. That's why I'm going to run for office so that I can stop those policies. Or maybe I'm going to vote for people because of different policies that are against these types of things. But that again, it goes into the way you were raised and the way you believed and the way you thought. I mean, if I was raised, I mean, look, I was raised by a heavily Democrat family. Okay, I was very, very Democrat, very left wing, and my time in the military, changed a little bit of the way I think, but I still have the same beliefs and still have the same thoughts, even when I was younger. It's just I have a heightened awareness of what those thoughts and what those things can lead to if unchecked, 1984, it can change your perspective or it can give you a view of a new perspective, but it doesn't change you as a person. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Yeah, I don't want to loop on the 1984 point too much, so I'll move on
Well,
to.
no, it was a great example because that's what that book was meant for, was to warn society rather than, present a fictional fun story to read.
Do you think there are people who grow up in environments where sexism is more tolerated?
Absolutely. There are, I mean, absolutely. There are cultures out there where sexist ideas are reinforced consistently, and it's just the way it is in that culture, and it's accepted by both the men and the women in that culture. Absolutely. And you can't change that about a culture. Culture's out there to have that's just part of them,
Well, cultures
and you can't
do
change that.
change, though, right? I
Huh?
mean, the United
Cult
States used to have a very sexist culture.
Yes, but look how long it took before it finally shifted. You see, that's the point I'm trying to say is there are definitely cultures out there that have sexist beliefs, and those beliefs are reinforced within that culture. It's true. And I mean, we can point fingers at multiple cultures that do this. The U.S. just like any other, was a very male-dominated government, was a very male-dominated society. Over time, the thing is we evolved rather than stayed stagnant, like some cultures have. Do we have an element of sexism in our culture still? Absolutely. But it's not nearly as prevalent as it used to be. And we have to understand that there's always going to be people in every culture, regardless of what culture it is, that are going to have sexist beliefs, that are going to have racist beliefs. And it's the way you deal and navigate with those people is what matters the most. You have to learn to accept that shit in society does exist, and you just got to do your best to stay away from shit and raise your children to not believe in shit.
So if you're one of these people who, whether it's in a foreign country or the United States, who is in a circle, whether that's from your parents or from friends you hang out with or whatever it happens to be, or your workplace culture, whatever it is, that does have a lot of things in it that reinforce sexist attitudes. Do you think that the entertainment or art that you consume on your personal time could also serve some role in reinforcing those attitudes as well?
No, because it's already reinforced by your family and those around you. Uh, like I said, what I believe that art does is give us different perspectives of things that happen in reality. For instance, you and I both will agree, at least I'm going to assume that you will agree with me, that the concept of torture is bad, correct?
Uh, yes. It's a
So
nuanced topic, but I would, yes, say
or
yes.
torture is bad, right? It's wrong. We shouldn't torture people, you know? But from a perspective of a person who's into that and is cool with that, that's just something they agree with and they believe in. But I do believe though that like we can take pieces of art and present that alternative perspective to help sway or will kind of help not change a person's thinking towards those things, but to help them see the opposite side of that spectrum. For instance, video games are a good example of this. Grand Theft Auto 5. I was talking about torture, right? From the perspective in that game, there is a segment. You know the segment where Trevor has to torture the guy
I've
with the
actually
different
not played GTA 5. I played it, but I've only played like at a friend's house and we blew shit up. Sorry, go ahead.
You're obviously not American.
I'm just a cuck who doesn't play a whole lot of modern games.
Okay. In Grand Theft Auto, and people that have played GTA 5 will understand what I'm talking about. There's a section where Trevor has to torture a guy to get some form of information out of him, right? And you cannot skip it. You cannot go around it. You have to do it. And to do it, you have to utilize multiple typical common ways of torturing an individual by waterboarding, electric shock, hitting them with hammers and stuff like that, just painful things. And what that does, though, because most people don't think about torture and what it involves when they hear the topic brought up, is it gives you the perspective of you being the guy doing that and having to live with the fact that you're doing that, and it gives you a perspective that you normally wouldn't have seen. And I think games and books and media can do that in the same way. So like, yeah, you got a person who's raised to basically be a sexist, who gets who gets to play a game or read a book about a woman who's seeing it through their eyes. This can wake them up to that perspective and make them see things a little bit differently. May not change their beliefs, may not change their way of thinking, but it may make them think twice now about being that dickhead that they were raised to be. It can help not alter the behavior, but it can help sway the behavior a little bit. A lot of environment is more about it. I've seen that sometimes when you take people raised in a very toxic environment and put them in a non-toxic environment, and they spend enough time in that non-toxic environment, they become less toxic people because they don't have the people that were influencing them to begin with to do it. And that's one of the biggest problems with the internet is you all get locked into these uh bubbles, you know? You all get locked into these echo chambers where you're only constantly hearing each other's own perspectives, you're smelling each other's own farts, and you're not even being exposed to the alternative side of it to even see that there are equals outside of your group, to even see that the opposite side of that perspective and why your perspective might not be entirely correct. We gotta be able to get away from those echo chambers. It's what I promote with my channel. This is why on my channel right now I have a video called "Demon and the horror of demon incursions" or whatever it is. And one of those is a story that's very inspired by reality with 2020 when people were denying taking the vaccines and all that stuff. And you can tell there's a lot of political satire involved in that, but the thing is it brings everybody in because it's a cool, fun story to listen to. But everybody's in there because of the story, but they are getting that alternative perspective behind the story.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand your position. Your position, and correct me if I'm wrong, your position is that people are influenced by a lot of different things in their world. Most of these things are going to be non-media related. It's going to be their way
Absolutely.
they're raised, their parents, their friends, their school, whatever. Other things in their life are going to primarily shape who they are, their personality, maybe even genetics play some role too. And that's like more or less how people form their views. But that artistic works or media can offer us unique perspectives, show us stories or viewpoints that we might have not have considered otherwise, and we could possibly learn things from these experiences, right?
Absolutely. I said all that in a very long-winded, retarded way.
Okay. No, no, you're fine. You're fine. Um, and and that these experiences that we have, these new perspectives we're exposed to through these media, that could even sway us to some extent in a positive way. Make us you read the book about the Afghan refugee and now you maybe are more sympathetic or maybe not or maybe you have like it could inform the way you think about the issue of Afghanistan, right? Or
Yes,
refugees or this specific person or whatever.
absolutely.
And that could be a very positive experience because it's teaching people about the world or it gives them information and they can choose to do with that they can choose to do with that information whatever it is they want basically as an adult.
It's it's breaking a person away from their echo chamber. It's allowing them to see things differently. You know, like in a political sense, okay? You always see people complain about Trump supporters, right? You see them always complain about how they're this and that and this and that. And instead, rather saying, well, how about we look at the perspective of the Trump supporter and see why do they think this and why are they feeling this way? And then you might find out why they think this, and then you can find a way to persuade them why that they are supporting the wrong side of the political spectrum because now you understand what their problem with your side of the political spectrum was.
Yeah, I think that this breaking down of echo chambers is very important, and I think it's also something that media does very well or can do very well. Um, can you also be swayed though in like negative directions? Like you decide that you want to understand, let's say like fascists, like actual fascists, and you're like, I'm gonna go read Mein Kampf. I'm gonna go read, I don't know, like if Mussolini wrote a book or whatever. Like you're gonna go read like these fascist philosophers, and like what if
Hmm.
like you end up becoming like convinced by them, actually?
Well, that's a possibility that can occur, of course, because that's what happens when you get an alternative perspective on things. The difference in that is this. You also have to remember, yes, you are reading this book that promotes this thing that's considered typically evil. you have to remember that when you start getting down that rabbit hole and you start digging in it and learning about it, and you start seeing that perspective, you still got to remember there's other perspectives, and you have to be able to know the difference between understanding and believing it. And if you start believing it, I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop people from wanting to believe if they start believing something. But that usually means that there's an underlying issue and a reason why they are believing this weird stuff. It's because they were lacking something to believe in to begin with. Have you ever heard of... Okay, it's going to be a little bit off topic, but you'll understand in a minute. Have you ever heard of a book called The First Heretic?
No.
It's a book called The First Heretic. It's a Warhammer 40k book. It's by Aaron Dembski-Bowden. Now, there's going to be some spoilers here for some of you out there that haven't read this, but it's about the Horus Heresy. It's about the guy that first got exposed to chaos and brought chaos to cause the heresy, or cause the civil war and humanity in that. So, what it was about was this: you had this Primarch, of the Wordbearers, Wordbearers Space Marine Legion, and during the Great Crusade, he was converting all of the planets that he encountered. He was converting all the people into worshiping the Emperor as a god and bringing them into the fold into compliance with the Imperium. And he was promoting the Emperor to be a god because, in his mind, divinity was something that humankind and mankind cannot live without. And whenever the Emperor scolded him and shattered him and smashed him down, he failed to believe that divinity didn't exist. He constantly said, no, divinity is out there somewhere and I'm going to find it. But in his pursuit to prove that it exists, he became a victim of the very gods he found. And that's because he wasn't given the facts that divinity did exist, but what existed was bad. So we have to remember that when we start digging into these forms of media, these other perspectives that give us these other things, we cannot let our other values and things that we were raised with to get overshadowed and be replaced by this thing. We have to remember where we sit as a person, and rather than taking in and believing that you can becoming a fascist because you read this particular book or something, And that's the thing. We have to never forget where we come from. And can media influence people to go to an alternative direction that's negative? Absolutely. But we have to do our best as people to make sure people don't completely go that direction, to at least remember what their values were before they went there, to understand that it was just an alternative thing. It was an alternative perspective. You were just learning something. Most people are not going to be swayed negatively in this, especially if you read something like the book you mentioned. That's just how it is. Media it goes both ways, but that's why we should still break the echo chambers, so that we can still see the perspectives of everyone.
What if somebody says, and we can move off this soon, I'll give you the final word after I make this and comment, but what if somebody says, yeah, we should remind people of, hey, look, some ideas are good, some ideas are bad, don't forget where you come from. And part of that is that we should encourage game developers to think of themselves as having a social responsibility not to make games that are bad or that promote ideas that we think are bad.
No, we shouldn't do that, because I think the point is, again, with games, is we should allow developers to explore whatever avenues they want to explore with their games. I don't agree with telling developers, no, don't explore avenues that are bad ideas. No, explore those avenues. Let's give us those perspectives of that. And like I think this is why I cannot stand it when people get upset at some games that give you the ability to play as the villain. I like the idea of playing as the villain. Why? Because we don't ever see the perspective of the villain. The villain is the most misunderstood character of most games, because there's a reason the villain's doing what they're doing. And I do think we should allow developers to just explore every avenue. Do that if you want. Look, we can make people, with video games especially, you can make a player feel and understand a perspective they may never had considered their entire life. Ever. I mean, look at what game was it? Look at BioShock. The original BioShock kind of gives you a look into the perspectives of brainwashing and the perspectives of totalitarianism as well and stuff like that. Metal Gear explores a lot of interesting political themes that you otherwise wouldn't get a perspective on if it wasn't for the Metal Gear franchise. The same goes with like the Nier Automata game. You look at that, it explores a lot of different concepts of what's human, what's not human, what makes a human, and stuff like that. These perspectives are important, and devs should explore all of those and be allowed to explore them all, whether it's looking at ideas that are good or ideas that are even bad.
All right. Now I did say you get the last word on that, so that was a good answer, Lord Nurgle. I actually agree. I am all for all types of games being made and all types of ideas being out there, and I'm also for Mein Kampf existing, of people being allowed to read it if they want to and explore those ideas and critique those ideas and prove those ideas wrong.
And I can tell you this much, if I run into somebody that reads that book and decided that, hey, this book's got some great ideas, that's a person I'm going to keep myself far the fuck away from.
Unfortunately, the next question is also a spicy one.
Oh, Lord.
Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. What do you think of this tactic?
I think it's an abhorrent tactic. And once again, you're just pushing censorship. You're showing that you're afraid of what you're afraid that people are going to like the thing you don't like. And it's showing that you believe you're a narcissistic individual that believes that only your opinion should be the majority opinion. Hashtag change the cover was a great example of all this, but it was also a great example of how a small, minute number of people can make themselves sound louder than they really are, because that was a issue, if I'm not correct, that was actually a campaign of people caused by one, Cam Stewart, the jackass that was writing Batgirl at the time, and two, it was him self-sabotaging another artist and everything like that because of his own personal beliefs.
Hang on, that's like a serious accusation. I have to look this up now. Do you have the source on it?
I don't have the
From
source with me
Cam
now, but
Stewart?
no, Cam Stewart was one of the people behind Change the Cover. Cam Stewart was the name of the writer. Um, he himself had been, for a long period of time, when he took over the Batgirl book, was trying to erase the Killing Joke, and the that cover was initially designed as a callback to the Killing Joke. But the thing is that was like a very small number of people calling for that, and they just made themselves sound louder than they really were. That's what it was. But no, I don't agree with that stuff happening. I think that it is absolutely abhorrent behavior, and if you're a person that promotes that and does that, I obviously just do not agree with you, and I think that's a terrible thing to do. I always called it censorship by bullying, because it wasn't just Change the Cover. There was other cases like this even before Change the Cover, especially in the gaming industry, where these people would just brigade companies to get them to change artwork, change directions in games, and all sorts of things, and just bend the knee. And a lot of it, honestly, was more about power than anything. There's a reason why people like Laura Kate Dale came at the trainee gladiator stuff, because Laura Kate Dale was out for her own little thing. She was begging and demanding that that game Trainee Gladiator got taken down because the developer didn't hire her to consult on that product or something like that, because she felt that she should be hired to consult on things like that. But
Okay.
not only that, you're censoring artists. You're telling artists you can't make what I like, or you can't make what I don't like because you're wrong for that. No. You have to learn to accept, again, all perspectives and all things, regardless of what it is. And if you don't like it, then there's one thing you can do. You don't have to fucking consume it. You don't have to look at it. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to even touch it. Just ignore it. But that's the narcissism in those people, because they believe that only their perspective is the important perspective into the story.
I looked up the Cameron Stewart claim. You're right. He did. I don't know if I'd say he supported the campaign necessarily, but
He
he
initially
did.
leaked the cover, I think, or something like
Oh, he
that.
did. So as far as I can tell from the Know Your Meme article, it looks like he agreed with the campaign, but he didn't start it. But he came out and said that he agreed with it essentially.
He's also a very anti-GamerGate guy, by the way. But way before that happened, he was out there making anti-GamerGate posts and shit too.
But I do wanna push back here too. Don't worry. This is the main area I plan on pushing back with you. Though I will push back as necessary later on as well. But these are like the main two, because I know this is a topic that we talked about it back in the day. We always agreed on that. We usually agreed on this stuff. So I know you're prepared for it. So what makes the person who says, "I demand you take this out," what makes them have any actual power instead of as opposed to someone just saying, "I don't like it"? What gives them that extra power?
What gives them the power? When the creator or person that they're protesting against acknowledges them and then bends their will to them.
I mean, they could also just say, "Hey, look, you made this interesting critique, and I agree with it."
See, that's fine. Hey, I agree with you. Actually, I thought about it. That's the difference there is you got the creator to look at a different perspective, and they went back and said, "Okay, you know what? You might be right about this." That's a little bit different than, "Oh, no, 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 no. We didn't mean to offend you. We're going to take care of it." That's a little different. The thing is this. People like that, they only have as much power as you give them. And to deny them that power, you do one simple thing. I mean, and this goes to anybody that has problem with assholes on the internet. Deny them the power, you just ignore them, block them, walk away. You know, a lot of these companies, there's a reason why, like a lot of these developers that don't cave, don't even speak or say anything in response to these people. Just because they just ignore it. They're like, whatever, fuck you. They know their audience is gonna go for it. They know their audience is still gonna come to them. Look at Dead or Alive. They didn't change anything. They never changed. And that
Well,
you
they
might
didn't release
say
the
that, well,
last
they
game in
did
the
in that.
West.
Well, the Dead or Alive volleyball, but there was a reason why they didn't release it initially, is because they felt that they weren't gonna. They didn't feel that there was a demand for it. They didn't
They also
have.
cited political reasons. The political climate in the U.S. too. I believe they
They just
cited.
didn't want to. But did they ever change the direction of the game that they were making
No, they
over
just
these
didn't release it
people?
in America, which is
They
like kind of a
didn't.
big deal.
And then they felt pretty fucking stupid probably after the fact. But the point is, I'm not talking about Dead or Alive volleyball, though. I'm just saying, like, a lot of these companies, when they ignore this shit and they just keep on going and making what they want to make, they know their audience is going to buy it regardless. They've learned over time that their audience is not Twitter. Look at the Hogwarts Legacy thing. If we were going by Twitter metrics here, Hogwarts Legacy should have bombed, right? The gaming media was smearing it left and right. The Twitter mafia was losing their shit over this game, but not once did they cave and not release the game, did they? Hey, excuse me, my wife is calling me.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Sorry, Netscape. Or, well, fucking Tachyon.
Call me whatever the fuck you want. My name's Kevin, by the way.
Penis. I'm gonna call you Penis.
That's fine. That's good for the
So,
book. Thank you.
continue on.
Okay, so I
Your
do want to. We can go through this relatively quickly, I think. Um, so let's use an analogy of a painter. If you're okay with
okay.
this analogy, you can just tell me to fuck off if you want. But you have someone who's painting a painting in public, and someone walks up and they say, "I that's a cool painting, but I don't like these three aspects here." You're okay with this, correct?
Of course, that's just simple critique.
They walk up. No, let's say another person walks up and they say, "I don't like these three aspects here. I demand you change it." What do you think now?
That's cool that you don't like it, but you can go fuck yourself. That's just how I see it.
Did that person have any actual power, though? Assuming they're not exerting violence, let's say.
They ain't got no power. They ain't got no power at all. The
So,
power comes when you cave to the individual and say, okay, I'm going to change it for you. That's the power.
I agree. But you also really take issue with the people making the demands, too. You disagree with them very much, right?
Well, yeah, but you can make the demands all you want. It doesn't mean it's going to change anything. And that's why I get upset whenever somebody caves to them.
But you also criticize both social justice warriors, and you criticize, like, anti-SJWs, like the one angry gamer guy, who went
Mm-hmm.
after Mortal Kombat and demanded, I don't know if he personally did, but like other people did, demand that they change the game.
Absolutely. And I went against that and said, who the fuck do you think you are? Especially when that was the same crowd that used to say, don't you dare fucking change things for these people. You ain't no form of authority. You are nobody. Hey, is there anything wrong with saying, I don't like this aspect? I don't like this? I wish you would change it? No. But who are you to say, hey, you need to change this? That's not your fucking call, buddy. And you don't have power. The power, again, is from the person, is if the person gives them that power.
Okay, I
Because
think.
we all know, when you give in to one of these idiots, then they demand more and more and more.
Well,
Because the
you've
truth is, they're insecurity. Well, the truth is, they're insecure assholes that have no control and power in their own lives, and they go to the internet and seek it there.
by agreeing with this statement rather than disagreeing with it, you like completely shot down the whole argument I had planned. So, which is like fine because I think your position's like a coherent one. Um, I, I I probably agree with you. I don't think people should be making the demands though. I think that when they make the demands, and then there's examples, of course, of some artists caving in. Not just criticism that they agree with, but demands that they're caved into. I do think that that creates a unique chilling effect on other artists and make them less likely to pursue certain artistic avenues in the future.
Absolutely, because it makes them scared of the mob, so they don't say anything. I mean, look at recently with the South Park Panderverse thing, okay? I mean, before the South Park Panderverse, all the media companies or all the media sites were like, "Ooh, we can't talk too bad about Disney right now. We really got to watch it the way we talk." But since Panderverse, now it's just it's open season. They're like, fucking MCU is on a track to shit. This is bad, blah blah blah. But it's because they at the time they gave all of these crazies power, so they avoided talking about it. They gave them power to not criticize them, and they were afraid of the mobs and agreeing. But now the Panaverse thing happened. They're like, fuck it. It's okay to criticize it. Everybody's laughing now. It's the thing. You just can't give them the power to do those things.
But you're not out of the woods yet because the argument that you and I have just made regarding the chilling effect, that I made at least regarding the chilling effect, that also has arguments against it. And I
Mm-hmm.
explored some of those arguments with an anti-Gamergate person in an interview with him, Bash Fluff. And he would argue that all criticism inherently carries with it a chilling effect on other creators and artists, and on the artistic medium in which the criticism is levied. What do you think?
Well, the thing about it is yeah, other artists will look and see that same criticism, and they'll take, but those artists can then take things into consideration. But what they can look at too is the fact is how negative was the impact of the on the artist that went ahead and did things, and what's the positive outcome going to be? You know, every artist is going to have some reservation of creating a product or creating a project, because they're going to be afraid of, they are always going to take into consideration of the criticisms that occurred before and prior to it, correct? So that is just an aspect of being an artist and a creator. I mean, I know that when I created Innocence Unknown, I knew that whenever I started doing videos, I kept thinking to myself, I don't want to cuss in my videos because I want to make my videos a little bit more appropriate for younger audiences at the same time. But the main reason I did that was because I noticed that a lot of my earlier content on the channel was being viewed by a younger majority rather than an older majority. So I took that in consideration. The thing is you have to understand that there are, what other criticisms are levied out there, an artist is going to have to take those in considerations, but ultimately the artist has to decide in the end, should I move forward with my creative direction or sway it differently because of the criticisms I see another artist got doing something similar. It's, again, the only people that have the power here is the artist, not the people that are criticizing.
Okay, so is there a distinction between criticism that exists in the world that could influence the way you do things, and maybe that's even good, actually, it probably is good, versus demands relating to changing artistic works? Is there a meaningful distinction between those two things in practice and their real world outcome?
Well, there's a clear distinction between demanding and criticizing. It's fine that you criticize something. It's another thing when you demand and say it needs to be changed. Now the artist taking the consideration and the criticism and deciding to make changes based off that criticism, I wouldn't say that that's them caving into demands. I would say that that's just them looking at the criticism and saying, perhaps maybe they have a point here and I agree with this point. But there is a huge, massive difference between making a criticism and demanding it changed.
Yeah, I think the de facto difference is that a demand carries with it some sort of implication.
It's
Which,
carrying with it some implication that you are that person has some form of authority over you, and by giving into that person, you are giving them authority. The
correct.
reality is they don't have authority. Now, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Tachyon. Let's move on because this is getting. We're talking about saying the same thing over and over
No,
again.
I wanted to make sure we hashed out like the major disagreements in this area because I wanted to hear what you think.
No, I think
But yeah,
honestly,
we can move on now.
I think we've pushed this a little too far.
I'm also probably way more okay with getting lost in the weeds on this stuff than you are because like I do this all the time now, multiple days a week with interviews.
No, I understand. You've been doing this way too much. That's probably you need to take a break.
That's what you're not the first person to tell me that.
I think you probably need to take about a week or two off. Just
Well,
trust me, it works. It makes you feel better.
I'm de
Excuse
facto
me.
doing that basically because Thanksgiving's 2 weeks from now, and then
Oh
next
yeah.
week I got some real life shit I got to deal with. That's not going to be
Oh
like
yeah.
super
I
fun.
understand.
So
I
I am
understand.
interviewing 2 people next week though, so like it's not a complete break. And maybe I'll
I'm
interview a couple
hoping.
people Thanksgiving too.
I'm hoping later tonight I can work on some video shit because I've got to fucking get some shit up on my channel because I haven't got nothing this week. I got stuff prepped, but I haven't got stuff
Okay.
recorded.
All right.
But
So
go ahead.
Where do you think the lines are between? Well, we already talked about that basically. Anything else you want to talk about regarding the lines between criticism and censorship?
No,
Okay.
I think
do
we
you
covered it all.
do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from foreign games when they are localized?
Oh, yes, absolutely, I do. I believe that you should not be removing the content. I believe that I believe that that content should stay intact completely, and nothing should be altered and changed. Because the reason I am buying that product that came from a foreign country is so that I can get the experience from that foreign perspective.
Some critics of Gamergate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
Absolutely not. There is way too much evidence out there, especially with the Not Your Shield stuff, to show that it was not at all just right wing, that there was an involvement of every political spectrum you could possibly think of.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
My political views and philosophy? All right, well, I would not say that I'm a conservative, and I would not say that I'm a Democrat. I wouldn't even say I'm a liberal. I'd say I am a person who completely looks at things from the perspective of someone standing in the middle. I am probably close to a centrist, but I do not make a decision based on my political party. I make a decision based on which group makes the most sense. If it happens to be the Republican making sense, then I'm voting the Republican. If it happens to be the Democrat, then I'm going that direction. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters to me is what you're saying is going to be functional in work. And it also matters, do you have a history of following up, or do you have a history of being a lying piece of shit, just trying to whisper sweet nothings while you stick a thumb up my butt?
I know you've already talked about this. Oh, actually, wait, I'm sorry, I skipped a question. Have your political views changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
Not due to Gamergate. My political views and ideals have changed over the years as of just getting older as an individual and an adult. Because when you're younger, you see things differently, and when you get older, you see things from even different perspectives and differently as well. You're also exposed as you get older. You get exposed to more different perspectives in general, and you start to think of things differently. For instance, I will definitely tell you, when the very beginning of Gamergate, I was probably pretty hardcore Democrat. I was probably pretty more left leaning. Although now I'm a lot more centrist, sometimes a little more to the right than I normally would have considered myself to be. But that's mostly due to age, not due to Gamergate.
All right, and this is the one I know you've talked about it a little bit, so you don't have to go super deep if you don't want to, but are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
Absolutely. I think that those were great ideas. We should see criticism like that because, again, different perspectives bring different concepts and different ideas into the medium. You know, those are something that can be taken into account whenever a developer's creating a new game. You know, a developer might be creating a game and might want to be like, what's a Christian's perspective on something that I would possibly have made? Or I'm planning on making a game that involves themes that are of Christian like hell. What would a Christian think about something similar to that? Let me go read what they said about Dante's Inferno or something like that. The more perspectives we have, the more criticism we have, the more possibility and creativity we can have out there to make better products, make better stories, and make better things in general. I have no problem with anybody saying, let's look at the political themes behind Star Wars. Let's look at the Christian themes that are involved with Warhammer 40k. I think those are interesting, fun things to discuss and have fun. The only time I draw the line is when you say, hey, it needs to be changed to fit my beliefs and fit my ideals. No. Get the fuck out if you think things need to change. No. But having that different perspective, like I said, the reason I started watching Anita Sarkeesian to begin with when I first got involved with everything was I was happy to see, let's see, what's this perspective? It could be interesting. It could be fun to listen to. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It might be an interesting perspective to read or see.
Some people say that GamerGate was the quote-unquote first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I believe it was. Because that's where, honestly, leading up to GamerGate, there was a lot of people noticing a lot of the cultural differences that were occurring. Like I said, right before GamerGate, I was reading on Cracked Site and seeing these like weird shifts in the writing that they were doing there. We started noticing all the weird political themes in all the articles and all the attacks calling games sexist and racist and all that shit. I do believe it was the first battle of the culture war because it was the first time when the culture war really got put into the mainstream and really got eyeballs on it. Because after that, that's when people started to notice all the biasness on the different media sites and news sites. And then you had 2016 came around, and I'm sure I don't have to go into how a lot of people felt about the media during 2016 and on forward. But if you notice now, too, things have changed immensely, which I'm sure you're going to get to a what do you think of things now, so we'll save that for later. But yeah, it was definitely the first time the culture war actually took off and became a thing.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate or the reaction to it as being a moral panic?
Well, considering that to this day, when I talk to most people that weren't internet junkies, they don't even know what the fuck Gamergate was. It was nowhere near a moral panic. Secondly, it was just a lot of people that were upset at the gaming media for attacking them. I don't think it was never a moral panic. It was stupid when they tried to paint it like that to begin with.
Do you think that the people demanding that games be changed were acting in a way that was like a moral panic over sexism in games or perceived sexism in games?
They were acting like it was a moral panic. But it wasn't. They were far and few in between. That's the problem was they were a small, minute group of people that didn't share the same beliefs as the majority whatsoever, but they pretended like they had that authority and that they were that majority, and they tried to make themselves sound and feel like it. There was no moral panic either side of it, though.
All right, last framing question. What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believed in Enlightenment liberal values and those who didn't?
I think it's bullshit because it doesn't mean anything. It's just injecting a political nonsense into it. Because the gamers were the Gamergate side of it was made up of a majority of all sorts of different types of political ideologies. It wasn't just liberals, wasn't just Democrats or Republicans or anything like that. It was just one group of people. I mean, really.
All right.
There's all kinds of perspectives in there. But go ahead. Next up.
Do you want to talk about your interactions with the anti-Gamergate people?
Woo! You know, I didn't have a lot of interaction with anti-Gamergate people most of the time because I just honestly didn't talk to them a lot of the time. I stayed away from them. I read what they had to say. I listened to what they had to say. I looked at their perspectives. I just didn't get involved with them as actively. I did have people on my channel that were actively anti-Gamergate individuals. There's like one particular guy on Twitter that I talk to even to this day. He's a really good guy. We both see things from different perspectives as well. And he considers himself, he even proudly claims himself to be a social justice warrior, and he was proudly anti-Gamergate, but he's a good guy, and I never had any problems with him. We would get into a couple arguments, but that's about it. There was two individuals, and I remember, only thing I remember was their names, Chanty Binks and Andrew. They were both on my channel. We did a 3-hour stream with them. Really nice group of people. And we had a long stream just talking about video games, talking about anti-Gamergate, pro-Gamergate, and they weren't bad people. So I would say most of my interactions with anti-Gamergate were quite positive, to be honest. Now, the funniest thing that came out of those interactions, though, is there was an individual I interacted with, and this is right when I took on the name Nurgle, and it got me a very interesting label by my friends in real life because they thought it was the funniest shit ever. There was this guy I was engaging with on Twitter, and we were arguing about something with GamerGate, and since I was pro GamerGate, he was anti GamerGate. He just made this random response out of nowhere of how I was a harasser of women. And ever since then, my friends to this day still call me Nurgle the harasser of women just because of that comment.
I should make that your thing in the thumbnail. Lord Nurgle, harasser of women.
And so many people, it's hilarious. So many people would overhear my friends call me this, and they think it's the most negative shit. And I'm like, dude, it's seriously just a joke. If you knew what happened, you'd understand. It's a complete inside joke, but some people just didn't get it. But yeah, my friends used to call me Nurgle, the harasser of women. They would even put it on, like, when I would go play at, like, tournaments, they would put it on the name tag for me.
Oh, no.
And it got so bad, like, they kept trying to do it. I finally just started going under different aliases at tournaments. I remember one time I went under the alias, I went there as Nurgle, I went as the face of Bo, I did all kinds of different stuff with my online alias, but yeah, Nurgle, and where Nurgle actually came from was from Anti-Gamergate as well, actually. At the time, I was just the Spore, which you probably saw, some of you people probably saw on my channel prior. I used to call myself the Spore when I tried to rebrand the channel. But anyway, on there, I remember they kept calling us shitlords. The Anti-Gamergate guy, they kept calling us shitlords. And I said, you know what? I will be the ultimate shitlord. Lord Nurgle, the chaos god of death, disease, and decay, and plague. That's where it came from. But go ahead and continue to the next one.
Well, I wanted to ask you about your interactions with a specific anti-Gamergate person, a Mr. Helicopter guy. Do you remember him? You've talked about him a couple times before.
God. Dude. I want to say, one, it's been many, many years since I've interacted with that guy. And two, I want to say I never mean any ill will towards this guy. But that dude was a special case of something. I don't know what kind of crack he was on back then. I mean, I'm just making jokes here really about it, but yeah, I would say all my interactions with him were pretty negative, and that was also before I started treating this anxiety disorder I never knew I had, and was more positive than more negative back then than I am now. And I remember I would get so angry at that guy. I was yelling at him in streams. My wife even argued with him on stream before. I thought it was hilarious. And another good one, let's see here. The thing about him was, I always thought that because he was so outrageous, I always thought that this guy was playing a character, you know, and he was not truly serious about this character he plays. And then I remember when we got done with the stream, we were all hanging out in the stream, and you know how it is. We all play characters when we're online most of the time. I try to be as real as I possibly can, but, you know, we all kind of portray ourselves in certain ways online compared to the way we are offline. So we're offline, we're all just kind of chilling, relaxing, and this dude is still fucking going. On and on about this anti-SJW shit. He's just fucking still, or SJW shit. He's still fucking going. And I finally said to the dude, I was like, dude, we're off air. Just fucking chill, hang out, let's talk, man. That's bullshit. Just, you can drop the act, dude. It's cool. And he's like, it's not the act. And he kept going. I was like, wait, no. Y'all ass has been serious this whole goddamn time. That dude has problems, and I hope he finds the help that he needs. Because he's one of those guys that needs to get off the internet and go actually touch grass. Because he really has a problem with being online too much.
I liked Helicopter Guy. He was very very fun to talk with. If he's willing to talk with you now, all these years later, would you have that conversation?
As long as it's not about a bunch of SJW shit, I'd be like, cool, let's just have some let's just bullshit and talk, man. I'm a lot more patient now than I used to be, but but I don't know. Would I be willing to talk to him? Sure, but I just would rather not.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
I honestly don't know. Well, I want to say maybe I did a few times. So there are some people that I think I did change their minds on them because they did see it in a very negative light and then saw it differently whenever after they spoke with me or saw some of us or been on one of my streams. Like Chanty Binks, I think Chanty Binks looked at the Gamergate people as a little bit differently after that and saw a little bit of a different side of it than what she thought it was. Uh, but for the most part, like a few people, I would say I've changed their perspectives.
Okay. Oh my god, I gotta say about Helicopter Guy though. Did you know that one of the reasons he was interacting in this world with us and debating us constantly is because he wanted to. He told me this. I think it was public. I'm pretty sure he told me publicly that he wanted to save me and presumably other people too, because he thought that Gamergate was bad and he wanted to pull us out because he thought we were the good ones.
Well, okay.
I wonder what he thinks of that now, though. If he looks at like where you and I ended up.
I'd have to imagine, because he's probably was young too at the time, and I have to imagine now that he's grown older over these years, his perspectives have probably changed a little bit. His thoughts probably changed too some.
If he was trying to warn us that Gamergate was going to go to a dark place, do you think he was right?
I think he was right to a degree, being the fact that it did get hijacked by a lot of political grifters and people utilizing the movement for their own personal usage. But I don't think it really truly went evil or something like that.
Yeah, I think some people went a little crazy, and some people were grifters. But I think like most of the people involved like didn't end up becoming what the media said at all,
Hmm.
and like most people ended up more or less like kind of where they were before, in terms of like their politics and personality and like the kind of person they are. And the people who were like bad people during Gamergate, they're like still bad people now in some cases, like Ralph, I guess.
Oh God,
Yeah.
yeah, Ralph
Like he was a
and
bad guy during GG too, though. It's not like he like.
well, just like him and what's his name, like Seattle for Truth. Seattle for Truth was fucking crazy in the beginning of Gamergate too, and well, we saw where he went.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, there was bad actors, and it's in the beginning, and they still continued to be bad actors. You know, it's just how it is.
Porcelain Chips says, "Was I a good one?"
Porcelain chips. Hopefully, my wife don't hear
Oh,
this.
I'm interviewing you Monday, by the way, Porcelain.
You were always one of the sweetest to be on the streams. You were always so cute, so nice, an absolute sweetheart at all times. Yeah, I could never get mad at you, especially because of your voice.
Yeah, so yeah, everyone, if you want to see Porcelain Chips interview, that's Monday. Then Tuesday is Ash Scow's interview, so check those out
I'm
for
gonna have
sure.
to, yeah, I'm gonna have to stop in for those ones, especially for Porcelain and Ascal. I haven't talked to Ascal in years.
I think you were a good one. I think most people were good ones. That's the problem.
Most of the people were good,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I don't know if Helicopter Guy, who he considered good or bad. He might have had a different definition than what we would use.
You know, if we ever talk to him again, we'll talk to him again. We'll ask him questions one day. I mean, you should seriously get an interview with that guy.
I reached out, but he's not been on Twitter since like 2020 or 2021 or something. So it's
He
been
might
rough.
not. He might have just left behind the internet altogether. Who knows? I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay too. Really, I do. I hope he's all right. You said you're friends with people on the other side. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I was friends with a few people on the other side. Like I had like I said, Chaney Binks and that Andrew guy. They were really nice people. The is a guy named seems like Snyderman or something on Twitter. I still talk to him today. Those people, like everybody I had interacted with and made friends with on the opposite side of the spectrum, we're always very positive, very nice people, very good individuals. They didn't agree with me on everything, but they were cool with me still. I mean, that we found common ground amongst each other, and that's what I tried to do for a while whenever I was doing my GamerGate Insanity streams and stuff. Was I was trying to promote some common ground by saying, let me get anti-type people in here mixed with pro people, and let's all talk and just bullshit and find things that we find, find relatable with each other rather than against each other. Stop being so adversarial with each other. Oh, there was one guy too. I forgot what his name was. He was a younger gentleman. He was on my channel for one day, and he was kind of like anti-Gamergate, and he hung out, bullshit with us. I think it was about the Zoe Quinn thing, because I remember him talking about that. I remember that. I got involved with that guy, and he was on my stream too. He was really, really nice, really cool guy. I never could get him back on because he was always busy, just like I was. I forgot what his name is now. I haven't talked to him in years. But everybody like I said, those people were pretty cool, I guess. I mean, next question.
All right, so the next question is kind of about what you were already talking about before, which is how could the Gamergate conversation have been more productive?
Productive if we had stuck to our guns and not welcomed in people like Myelianopolis and or even like Mercedes Carrera. If we kept like these grifters out, I think it would have been more productive. I think it would have been more positive, and things would have gone differently. The biggest problem we had was we had a lot of grifters that were utilizing Gamergate for their own agenda. Like, for instance, Milo was using it to propel his career forward. I would honestly believe that Mercedes Carrera was utilizing it to get her name out there more, because let's be honest, no one really knew who she was, even in the circles of that end of the adult industry, until she was moving around with the Gamergate stuff. The same goes with like Chris Cluey's dumbass. Nobody knew who he was until Gamergate happened, really. I think that's the biggest problem with Gamergate was we allowed a lot of people that should have been shouted down to do more things in the movement. We also allowed I think that's what really hurt Gamergate the most.
It's weird talking about the Mercedes Carrera thing because during, I guess during Gamergate or like slightly after GT, I don't know how we want to qualify that. Obviously she had allegations levied against her, right?
Well,
And she
yeah,
was
but
arrested. But the
yes.
thing is, so I just assumed it looked really bad, dude. It looked really bad. And so
Well, I'm not
I was like,
even.
obviously I'm like, cut all ties with this person. I had her on my show, I think, once or twice back in the day.
I was supposed to
And
do an interview with her a long, long time ago too, but it just didn't happen.
did you know that she's actually still pending trial? It's been 4
Yes.
years.
Yes, she's still sitting in jail waiting. I know. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I do know that. I wasn't even meaning, with her going to jail. I was just meaning that when she, like, people like her and all the people that did get involved that were larger names that kind of just propelled it forward more. They mainly did it because they forwarded their agenda, made them more successful and everything. And one of those cases was Mercedes, because, like I said, after Gamergate, before Mercedes got arrested, Mercedes' name became way more well known. People were seeing her more in circles, doing debates, doing more discussions, and things like that. Because, and I do believe that she legitimately agreed with free speech, But I do think that she was one of the grifters as well as many others. And the same goes with Anti-Gamergate had a lot of people that hijacked it to utilize it for their own agendas and processes as well.
Lisa also asked if she was a good one, Nurgle.
Oh yes, Lisa, you were the good one.
Yeah, it was Helicopter Guy, Lisa. Helicopter Guy said he wanted to save me because he thought I was one of the good ones. And he wanted to save me from Gamergate and pull me out. I was like the kid who's in the gang movie who is, good at heart but fell in with the wrong crowd.
So, what's next on this list here?
All right.
Where we
Any
here?
thoughts on Not Your Shield?
The Knight Your Shield was a great thing. It really scattered so much of what the anti-Gamergate side was trying to do in the media, and it really ruined that perspective so much for them. The only complaint I ever had about Not Your Shield is how they tried to bury it, and Not Your Shield I feel like needed to be much louder. And to this day, I think we should still keep doing Not Your Shield campaigns with all of these different media sites today too, because like what happened with like Ghostbusters 2016 when it came out, like what happened, all the motherfuckers kept saying it was all you're all just sexist bigots, but there was a lot of women that were complaining about it. And even today, a lot of women, a lot of minorities are complaining about, some of the stuff that the media is pushing right now too. It's like, well, I think Not Your Shield was a great thing, and I think I think people should continue to do a Not Your Shield type thing for all of these like media attacks and stuff like that.
I do have to address this real quick, Nurgle. JT Vega says I was the bad guy. Not true, JT. Not true. You were a good guy too in Gamergate. You made a couple mistakes, but so did I. Everybody, no one's perfect, and we've talked about where we disagree on certain stuff. But I think you're a good guy, and I don't think that you're a bad person.
JT was the handsome one.
At all. Like I don't want you to think that I hate you or anything, JT. Like we disagreed and we had some good discussions on some stuff, but no, dude, don't beat yourself up or think that I hate you or anything. God, no, don't think that. Some
It's
webs
okay, I hate you, JT.
But Helicopter Guy hates you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if he does or not. All right. Some websites ban discussion of Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
Because of the shit show and shitstorm that was flopping around it. Like, anytime you talked about Gamergate where more than one party could take place in it, holy fuck, it became a shit show. It absolutely did. But at the same time, a lot of those places where it was banned from being discussed was mainly also because they didn't want to hear the opposing side of it. They only wanted to hear one side of it. And that's why it was banned, because they were afraid that people from the pro side was going to come in there and literally shatter all their arguments and shatter what they had to say. That's why it was also banned. But I also believed it was banned in some places just to keep the peace, too.
We're gonna move on to the harassment / sexism portion of it, but I don't think I should bring this up. I discovered some cringe content involving you several years ago, but like during GG. It
Wait,
was on
what?
it was on one of JT's. No, you didn't harass anybody. Don't worry.
I was
But
going to
it's
say, what did I
but
do?
okay. Do you remember the Allison Rapp situation where some people tried to harass Allison Rapp and get her fired?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
And I was opposed to that. What did you think?
What did I think of Allison Rapp?
No, what do you think of the people trying to get her fired, like Dydrin?
I'm trying to remember what my thoughts were on that.
Well, I know what
Initially,
your thoughts
back
were back
then.
then. You- I don't
Back
think I
then.
don't think you supported it, but what you
No,
said was so funny, dude. Do you want me to say?
go ahead. What did I say?
You said, "Oh, she's an escort." Like let me grab the lube. So it was just like you're like rubbing your hands together. And you're like, "Oh boy, let me get ready for this." It's like, "Oh my god, dude."
I don't. I want to say back then I didn't support her getting fired, like people trying to get her fired, but I did understand why the company did fire her because, well, it's definitely not a good look.
Dude, I ambushed you with that. That was I didn't plan on bringing it up. Do you want me to just take that out of the book, dude? Because I
I didn't know you put that in the book, but I don't give a shit. It was an
no.
old
Dude, it
joke.
was so funny because I discovered it at random because JT dropped a whole bunch of his old content in my Discord, and I just like randomly stumbled across, and it's like it opens the stream up like the first like 10 seconds. It's like you rubbing your hands together like the first minute, and you're like, all right, let's get the lube or whatever. I don't remember
Oh
exactly what you
God.
said, but it was something hilarious like that. I'm like, oh my gosh. But no, it was you weren't one of the people because I know because I probably would have confronted you on this if you were at the time because I did a contemporaneous analysis and actually 9 GamerGate people and 5 GG Revolt people. I drew that distinction back then. Had supported the campaign to harass her, as well as some people who opposed Gamergate too, and also a bunch of like randos.
I always said just ignore her and don't talk to her and just I mean it's okay to talk about what she did, but yeah, that was a Allison Rapp, that was a weird thing, man.
Anyway, we can move on to something actually substantive. Sorry. Um, God, dude, JT, can you link that video to him
Oh,
at some point? Not now, of course, but like, why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
because the only thing that they had to go on to smear Gamergate was the Zoe Quinn thing, and they needed some type of way to smear Gamergate, so they used phrases and words like that to just because nobody wants to be associated with being sexist. Nobody wants to be associated with being racist or anything like that, right? Um, or be misogynist or stuff. So they would label those words on there to try to get them to stick so that other people would be afraid to talk to them about that. And so the other people would say, well, I'm not that at all. I'm not going to be associated with this. That's why they did it. They did it because they had to create labels to label it to make other people be afraid to shy away from it.
What do you think of the studies about Gamergate and harassment, like the Women Action Media study and the Newsweek/Brandwatch study?
They're all bullshit.
Dude, I swear to God, nobody knows these fucking studies, dude. They
They're all
actually show
bullshit.
Gamergate wasn't a harassment campaign.
Yeah, no, they found like all these studies found that it wasn't a harassment campaign. They found the FBI thing. There was no evidence of anything actually happening. It was all just bullshit.
Well, there
So
was one
that's
kid the FBI did talk to. He was a minor though, and he
yeah,
apparently did actually harass people.
yes. As a matter of fact,
But he wasn't even a Gamergate guy. I don't think he was just
no
like
wait,
I don't know if he was or
that was
not,
the
but
Anita Sarkeesian thing.
yeah, I don't know if it was
There
Anita or
was
somebody. I don't have to
I,
read the whole
I I
thing.
remember that the FBI did interview a couple people, like a couple of YouTubers about the Anita Sarkeesian threats. I think Repzion was one of them.
Yeah, he didn't do it. He was falsely accused.
Yeah, he was interviewed about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was all bullshit. All of these studies that showed things. I mean, and even then, that's the thing that bothers me about studies is people can find a study that proves anything they want to prove. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can't vouch for the Newsweek study at all. Um, but the Women Action Media study, I've gone through it. I feel like it's actually really high quality data,
Oh,
and
really?
it shows that yeah, because they used so it looks at harassment on the GamerGate hashtag. I forget it was either like September and October or October and November of 2014. So during like a month and a half period, and they or maybe it was a month. I'd have to go back and like reread the whole thing. But it found that only so they used to determine who supported Gamergate. They used the block list, Randy Harper's block list, which isn't like a super great metric, but it's like pretty good, I think, given that that's based on like do you follow X number of accounts that are pro GamerGate or not, quote unquote.
Hmm.
And then it would add you to the list if you were. So I feel like it's a pretty good way to determine who supported GamerGate or not. Not perfect, like the KFC account got added at one point, but it
I
was.
was I was on that list.
Yeah,
I
I was on that list too. A lot of
think
people
it
were.
was like number
Porcelain
72
Chips.
or something.
Porcelain Chips was not on that list. They missed one. But um, so that's how they determined who supported GamerGate. Then from there, they had access to Twitter's like internal data about reports, and they determined that only 0.66% of the almost 10,000 accounts, it was 65 accounts on the GamerGate blacklist, had been reported had according to them engaged in harassment. I think that was either reported for harassment or might have been escalated by Twitter, as in Twitter believed it was harassment. I don't remember exactly. I think it was reports. So
Yeah, I think I remember
65
that.
65 of the accounts out of like the 9,800 something accounts had engaged in harassment. So it was
Wow.
0.66%. It's like a very small number of Gamergate people seem to have
I
actually
remember
engaged in
that.
harassment. Now, of course, you could harass people on other websites like Reddit or whatever,
Well,
but
yeah.
like,
But they
um,
were going off of Twitter, and you know
yeah,
what's funny is I remember that study. I actually do remember that, and I remember that with the Randy Harper block list. Like every one of us for the while, we used to put the because it was our badge of honor in GamerGate, where we would find what number we were on the block list, and we'd put that number in our Twitter
oh my god, dude,
profile.
I remember that. Holy shit. Oh, I haven't seen that in years. Oh my god. And then there was a Newsweek study too. Well, Newsweek commissioned Brandwatch to do a study on Gamergate, but they never released the full data set. So we don't really know what their methodology was. But even that study, I don't know how good their methodology was, but because we'll never know, because they'll never release it probably. But it showed that only 1.26% of actually we know a little bit of their methodology. They analyzed 500,000 tweets on the Gamergate hashtag,
Hmm.
and they they used a random sampling of 1/4 of the tweets, which was about over 2 million tweets at the time. And
Yeah.
that this was also an early Gamergate, like the first couple months. Um, they didn't have access to Twitter's internal data, but they used an algorithm to determine whether or not the tweets, these 500,000 tweets, what percentage of them contained negative sentiment, positive sentiment, or were neutral, as determined by whatever algorithm they use, which we don't really know how it defined those things. Then they they looked at how many of those tweets that were positive, negative, and neutral
Hmm.
mentioned specific individuals, like Anita Sarkeesian, um, or organizations like Kotaku. So if it mentions Anita Sarkeesian and it's negative, it counts that as negative
Harassment.
sentiment. Well, they don't outright say harassment, but they say negative sentiment.
I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah. So, and it found that only 1.26% of the tweets on the Gamergate hashtag had contained negative sentiment towards either Brianna Wu, Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, or Leigh Alexander.
Which is actually surprising to me.
Yeah, I actually no, I mean I don't I mean negative sentiment. I don't know how they define that. Are they using like a very strict definition? A very I don't know. I have no idea.
I would know either. But let's move on, sir. Dude, I
No,
got some stuff
hang on.
for you
There's a
tonight.
third study we got to talk about. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm
I
just
had a
kidding.
feeling you were going to say that shit.
All right. What do you think of the anti-harassment patrol?
That was the Gamergate when they were policing themselves to stop people from harassing. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I never thought it was a bad thing. It was like, hey, you caught people in Gamergate harassing. You know, it's like saying, look, dude, y'all keep saying we're harassing. We're here to tell you we're not doing this. And we're pointing out these motherfuckers aren't part of us, you know? I mean, I didn't think it was a bad thing. This is whatever. I think it could have been I think it was effective for what it was utilized for. It was good for proving or disproving their stupid point because they wouldn't even admit that we had our own little self-policing ability. But yeah,
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
it was very important. And one of the things that I had always said was, when you have these bad actors, is if you don't shout them down, they're going to constantly be attached to us. And even though that the gaming media was going to attach them to us no matter what, by making sure that there was a large enough amount of people shouting down these bad actors would prove to those looking in that, no, this is obviously the media's full of shit again. You know, the main thing is proving media is full of shit. And that was another method that was helpful to prove that the media was full of shit.
Do you think most people involved in the GamerGate conversation did a good job condemning bad actors? Condemning harassment, I mean.
For the most part, yes. We all did our best to do it.
If you saw someone quote unquote on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle that situation?
Just tell dude, shut the fuck up. Or be like, yo, man, you need to chill. You know, that's how I always handled it. It was like, hey, man, what the fuck, dude?
You don't have to.
Or
go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're about to say something.
I was about to ask a new question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during GamerGate from either side or from third-party trolls?
Well, there was this asshole named JT Vega. He used to harass me every day. I'm kidding. No, I didn't get a lot of, I didn't really get any harassment while I was doing it. But then again, whatever pushback or whatever shit I got from people, I mainly just ignored most of it. I don't know. I learned quickly to ignore a lot of the bullshit out there.
There was the incident involving another interviewee for this book project, though, Mr. Pterodax, a third-party troll, who, well, do you want to explain what happened with you and Mr. Pterodax?
Well, I mean, I had Max Sand on the stream. He got bored, and so he leaked the Google Hangout link on live stream and gave it to Pterodax, and Pterodax showed up. He used some very colorful language involving slang for African Americans, and I ended the stream very quickly. I was very upset that he did that because he had cost me my channel with that. But and I know he has been a third-party troll constantly in every other word of the sense everywhere else too. I don't know how different he is now at his age now, because I know he's older now, just like I am. I don't know how much he's changed in his ways, but I know, I don't have any negative feelings against the guy. He's a third-party troll. It's what he does. It's his thing, and I handled it as fast and easily as I best I could back then when it happened. And then that taught me some rules and ways of how to be better cognizant of who I'm letting on my streams and being better controlling over what I was doing online with YouTube.
Yeah, and I'm interviewing him. What do you think of that?
I think that's an important perspective to get. I don't know how. Like I said, I don't know much about the guy, and I don't know where he's gone in the last 9-10 years. If he's changed his perspective on things, or he's kind of, what's changed, what he is now. But I think it's a good perspective to get a view of the third-party trolls, because there was a lot of third-party trolls that were just doing whatever they can to destroy the movement or to ag on the movement just because they thought it would be fucking funny, because they thought it was hilarious. That's just internet bullshit right there, and it's central. I mean, back then I wasn't as aware of internet bullshit, but these guys were. So, and that was their thing, was to cause trouble. And I think a lot of the problems that came out of Gamergate, the bomb threats and all that other shit, I think a lot of that was more third-party troll shit than actually Gamergate or anti-Gamergate, because there's a lot of things. The only time I legitimately think it was anti-Gamergate making a legitimate bomb threat was that get together in DC. They got a bomb threat called on it. When you remember when Arthur Chu was losing his fucking mind because the restaurant was allowing these people to hang out there.
Yeah.
I think that was a legitimate bomb threat by some anti-Gamergate guy or person. I don't know if it was Arthur Chu that made that call. I wouldn't have been surprised because that dude, there was something wrong with that guy, like heavily. He had problems, but yeah. That's the only time I think that there really was a case like that. I think most of the other problems were mainly third-party trolls.
Yeah, and I'm also interviewing another third-party troll too, actually. Avius. He was 14 years old at the
Oh
time, he
my
says,
god, he was young.
and he was on the internet with his friends, and they harassed a bunch of social justice warriors because they thought it'd be funny, and they thought it was fun. And he was also upset because he couldn't use the N word on the internet. People criticized him for it. He didn't like that, he said. But he didn't even know what Gamergate was. He says that him and his friends would just like go after these so-called social justice warriors, and a lot of those people ended up being anti-Gamergate people too. There's a lot of crossover, and so he didn't even know what Gamergate was, but he was harassing a bunch of people. He says he says that he was a kid. He doesn't support what he did now. He's very open about that. He doesn't do that stuff today, of course.
I mean, when I was a kid, I was an internet troll that did dumb shit on the internet too, so I know what the fuck I know. We all we're all stupid when we're young, man, and everything about us changes. Trust me. But yeah, that's third party trolling. I think was a big thing. I mean, we are all aware of like the GNAA. You remember Short Fat Otaku, right?
Oh yeah,
You've heard
I
of him,
talked with
right?
him. Yeah,
Yeah, he used to be involved with Camera Lady, and I think Camera Lady was a member of GNAA.
I've heard
You
that
know.
allegation. I've not verified that allegation though.
But I know Camera Lady was part of the third party troll apparently and stuff, and I don't know if he still talks to her or not. I know she's like mute in real life or something like that. But I know he was involved with her, and there was allegations that she was part of the third party troll groups and all of that stuff. You know, they still never left a Mundane Matt alone. Like the skeptic community could not leave Mundane Matt alone even to this day. Although he's kind of gotten a lot quieter than he used to be. But no, I never had I mean, third party trolls. A lot of them were just young children having a good time and killing time on the internet because they had nothing better to do. And you know, they didn't think about the fact that, and as young kids do, they don't think about if there's any real life implications that they're impacting when they do these things too. Because you gotta understand when you are fucking with people on the internet, sometimes it's easy to forget that the person on the other side of the screen is a real person, and you're talking to a real person, and that you could be, you know, touching a nerve on a person that's not all there yet, or is having real life problems and seeking that sanctuary on the internet, and you're just making their life harder. You know, so it is one of those things to keep in mind, but it's something you don't think about when you're young, you know, especially when you're a kid.
Yeah. No, I trolled when I was a kid too, when I was a teenager and preteen and
I mean, you know, back when I was a teenager on the internet, because we still had America Online in all the chat rooms, dude, I used to fuck with all the people in the chat rooms and shit and troll them. Me and my buddies, we used to get those fucking crazy macro things, go to the chat rooms for like Star Trek and Star Wars and fuck with all the people and shit. You know, we used to do that stuff.
I
It's just, you don't think about it until you're older and realize, man, I was really being a piece of shit back then. But, you know.
I do want to ask you about, because this is something that like you were very heavily involved in the Gamergate streaming community, and you're still a streamer today and a YouTuber. Um, Obviously, there were a lot of different third-party trolls, and like some of the third-party trolls, like the Bill Wagner crew, like actually doxed people and harassed them. And then
Hmm.
like somewhere like in between that was like the Pterodax type troll. It's like somewhere
Hmm.
like just a level below that was like the Pterodax type troll. Like, I don't think Pterodax like doxed any. Well, actually he might have. So maybe he's like in that category too. I don't know. He claims he did on Ryzen IRC. He claims he doxed Acid Man, but I don't know if he was actually joking at the time or not. So I'm gonna maybe I don't know if I'm gonna talk to him about it or not.
That's a question for the Pterodax
Yeah,
guy.
but anyway, there were also like these other like more moderate trolls who, as far as I can tell, didn't engage in harassment but still fucked with people. Like Batman.
I remember Batman. He still comes around on my streams. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he likes to fuck with people, but he doesn't like harass them or dox them or like send them death threats. He
Yeah,
just likes to like fuck with them, like what he did with me on my server. Did you see that?
yeah, I know. He just likes to joke around. He's just having fun.
Yeah,
He's not trying to be a dick. He's not trying to dox anybody or harass. He likes to give people a hard time sometimes or just goof around. And there's nothing wrong with that. He still pops up on my streams from time to time. He's a good guy, you know. He used to come and hang out on the streams, you know.
yeah, he did, and it's like it's interesting too because like on one level, like GamerGate people like us are supposed to be like, oh, we're against the third party trolls, but like then when we encounter like one of these moderate trolls, we're like, you can stick around. Some of us are, at least. A lot of us are.
Well, the thing is we're talking about trolls that weren't out there actively like trying to make people's lives trouble. You know, they were just coming into streams, typing dumb shit in the chat or just goofing around and joking with us, and you know, I wasn't gonna push away people that were just coking and joking in the chat because that's the fun part of chat is joking and goofing around in there. You know,
Yeah, I
sometimes it's good
actually,
for asking real questions, but it's also fun to just be goofy.
no,
Dude, I was trolling the shit out of your chat last time you were interviewing somebody on your Brad Glasgow the other
yeah,
night. You
true,
know?
true. No, Batman doesn't like me too much anymore. Which is unfortunate because like I respect Batman for being a troll. I really do because he's like he's the kind of like harmless troll who's like actually funny and doesn't actually hurt people.
Yeah, he was the fun one.
Yeah, and
He's like that kid that showed up to talk about the something orthodox of Bill Clinton or whatever at the Game Awards. He's not really causing any trouble. He's just there.
yeah, and it's just I yeah, I don't. It's just obviously from an optics perspective, like someone who's anti-Gamergate is going to look at like Batman hanging out in our chats, and is going to be like, "Well, look, you're associating with someone who's trolling right now," and it's like, "Well, that's a different kind of trolling, though."
Yeah, it's a lot different, and there's degrees of trolling.
Yeah,
And then there's aggressive. There's the aggressive, malicious trolling that we had as well, and that's what we were mostly against fighting. It's just
yeah,
like somebody just being goofy and having a good time in the chat. That's a totally different thing. Like we had people that used to pop up in my chat that I was like, "Yeah, you're getting banned, dude. You're fucking crazy," you know, shit like that. But go ahead. What's the next
All
question
right,
on
yeah. I just want to say real
the
quick though, Batman, I don't hate you or anything because he thinks I don't like him. He really does. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. It's a collection of reasons. But I don't have anything against you personally, Batman. All right. Anyway,
Go
why do
ahead.
you
What's next?
think the media didn't cover? Well, first off, do you consider what Pterodax did to you to be harassment?
No,
Okay. Why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment against Gamergate supporters?
because it would have went against their narrative. Because then they'd had to admit that the harassment wasn't just exclusive. They'd have to admit that it's on all sides of the spectrum, and they couldn't. You got to understand back then they couldn't concede any ground towards the GamerGate supporters because if they did, it would shatter their entire argument. It would shatter their entire narrative, and they couldn't do that because that was the reason why they started the issue in the first place. Is because they could not admit that they were in the wrong, and that would have been them admitting they were in the wrong.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
I don't remember Zack Attack.
Oh,
Refresh my.
it's when Mombot, when this group of anti-Gamergate people were infiltrated by Rudder House, who pretended to be anti-Gamergate, and then they put breadcrumbs out there to try and see if the anti-Gamergate people would dox this fictional person that they claimed was Mombot. But it was actually Rudder House and Mombot creating like fake information and fake breadcrumbs to see if they would take the bait, and they did. And then Rudder House leaked the logs of them trying to dox her.
Oh, I remember this. It took. I'm sorry. You had to refresh my memory. My thoughts on that is this is it proved that these people were not. It was an important. It was. I'm glad that it was done because it proved one valid point that these people were not above doing some heinous, shitty things against the Pro Gamergate side, even though the Pro Gamergate side kept saying, we're against doxing, we're against this, we're against that, and they were saying, well, we're against that too. Y'all are just doxing all of us. And then it proved that, no, you're the bad guy. You are not the good guys here. You've been acting like villains. And I'm gonna be real, a lot of the times, Anti-Gamergate were straight up acting like villains in everything. And, I mean, we had cases of people, like, you had cases of people that were very pro-game, or very anti-Gamergate, doing ridiculous things to try to smear Gamergate, or to ruin it, or to destroy it. Remember, they kept trying to post bullshit on, like, 8chan and all that crap to get it shut down and destroyed. There was this one case, and you'd have to look it up. I don't have these sources, and I could be getting it wrong. But there was this guy, Dan Olson. He was the guy that's behind that stupid YouTube channel that basically made very bad videos about writing. One of them was about the Thermian argument, where
Was
it's
he
like,
folding ideas, or was
yeah,
that somebody else?
folding ideas. That was the guy, Dan Olson. Dan Olson is the folding ideas guy. That's what his name was. But anyway, he was, like, from what I recall, he actively pulled some CP, and then purposely posted it in other Gamergate spaces to call Gamergate a bunch of pedos, and to get those sites shut down. But the problem is people found out, because of what he was doing, because he fucked up the way he was doing it, that he was actively posting this stuff himself, and basically was close to incriminating himself in this case. And, trying to play this game that, see, look, all of the Gamergaters are doing this really heinous shit. And when the truth is he was doing the heinous shit.
Well, allegedly.
And then
to
there
be
was
clear,
the case
allegedly.
of, like, well, and then there was the case of the guy, Matt Hickey, the journalist that he was a writer for one of those sites that was very anti-Gamergate and calling us all harassers and misogynists and even rapists and stuff. And it turned out that he was running an actual faux casting couch in his apartment or his hotel room or something, and he's now in prison because of that. Basically not being the most feminist kind of guy.
And I should add for the book too that Gamer Ghazi at least did condemn the Zacatec people.
Yeah, I guess that is a positive too, but I do believe the Zacatec was that was a good thing to see, because it proved the point that a lot of people were trying to say, is that y'all ain't no saints, so quit acting like it. I'm glad to see that the Ghazi people were like, oh, fuck this shit. You guys, that's not cool.
Do you have any thoughts on the term sea lioning?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never known what the fuck that meant.
It's from this webcomic where the sea lion. So basically, someone criticized in the webcomic. Someone says like, I don't mind something along the lines of, I don't mind marine mammals, but sea lions, they're the fucking worst. I hate them, or something. And the sea lion says, well, why do you say that? Why do you hate me? And then the other person's like, oh my god, I have to actually respond to this now. And the sea lion is like, well, no, you just said you hated me in public. Why do you hate me? And like kept insisting, like, please provide reasons for why you hate me, or something along those lines, essentially.
Oh, what do I think about that term? Okay, or that idea? I think, again, it was the right thing to do. Is you need to challenge these people to some degree, Oh, you Gamergaters are some of the worst fucking people, blah blah blah. So why are we bad? What did we do? Or what did I do? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then they wouldn't respond because the truth is it exposed a lot of the ignorance because it showed that people didn't know what they were talking about. They didn't understand it. They didn't know anything about Gamergate. They were just saying it just to virtue signal and to just play like that they're on the right side of history or whatever it was. So actually, I always thought it was an okay thing to do. I didn't think it was good to keep doing it insistently on somebody. Like if somebody just kept ignoring you, that's fine. But I did like the fact is, challenge them. Say, well, what the fuck is wrong? What is it? But well, the thing is if you're tripping on your words, you got to block them and you can't respond. Well, then that just shows that you're the ignorant fool in the end. And that was the biggest problem was anti-Gamergate needed to be shown to be ignorant fools.
And I know you said you're pressed for time because you have other stuff going on tonight. We can rush through a little bit if you want.
I'm not pressed for time. I do have some things I got to do tonight when I get done. That's all. But go ahead and let's see. I don't remember what question. Are we on the reflections side?
No, we're still on harassment-sexism.
God damn, dude. Let me
Uh,
see. You're on the terms. Zac Tac, Sea Landing. Okay, we're almost through this
Okay.
section here.
All right. We are almost done. You're right with this section. Do you have any thoughts on GG Revolt?
It was stupid. That's about it. It was a bunch of idiots that just thought, fuck Gamergate. That was stupid. Some more online internet bullshit. Remember every weekend there was drama every weekend, and that was just part of it.
Oh yeah. Can you define what you think harassment is?
Incessantly bothering people. I don't fucking know. What's the Webster Dictionary of the shit?
Do you want me to look it up now for real?
Let's see. Definition of harassment. So I'm going to go, I think, aggressive pressure or intimidation. There you go.
All right.
I don't consider it harassment to contact somebody and ask them questions on the internet. I don't consider it harassment that if you post something stupid online, everybody responds to tell you how stupid you are for posting what you posted. I think harassment is when you follow and constantly pick at an individual and don't leave them alone. I believe harassment is different. It's people, these idiots, especially the anti-Gamergate side at the time, they had wanted to make it as if harassment was literally just questioning what they're saying. And that's not the case. Harassment is if I came at you, intimidating you, try to be an asshole, and I wouldn't leave you alone. I was bothering you in your DMs and just kept on going. That would be different. But you can't say it's harassment if people come in and ask you questions and then they leave you alone. Most of the time, that's all it was.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
I think we've already been over this already. The media was a bunch of bullshit and they covered it badly.
Are there any journalists you think did a good job or fair job covering Gamergate?
The only one I will give any credit to at the time being was probably Adam Bakari and Milo Yiannopoulos because they actually did the research and they actually did the time and investigations that needed to at least say what it was and what it was about. That's about as far as the credit I'm going to give those two, because those two are idiots, but that's as far as I go on that.
Did anyone in the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss the movement?
No.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
I think I've made a post here and there every now and then about it, but I don't remember anything specifically.
Are there any journalists whose work or any specific articles you want to talk about?
Not really, no.
Okay. Did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
Oh, I think we know this answer. Look, their coverage. Okay, let me look at your questions really quick. Did the media's coverage of Gamergate is a journalist who got Gamergate wrong? In your view,
well, hang on, let's not jump ahead. Hang on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're going through this part pretty quick, though. We are.
Of course, it decreased my trust in the media because the media, all it did was validate a lot of people what was going on in the media, that it was biased. And ever since then, it has made it where I've had a problem trusting the media in general. And I think, honestly, it was the beginning of everybody's distrust in the media in general as well.
If a journalist who got GamerGate wrong, in your view, is reading this now, what do you want them to reconsider?
Maybe self-reflect on your life and go look at what the fuck you did wrong, considering the fact that things have never that Gamergate has pretty much everything going on right now in the media today is falling apart because of all the shit you started back then.
What do you think the media can learn from how they covered GamerGate?
How not to lie. How not to lie and how to properly investigate your own employees and look into the accusations of what your consumers are telling you and see what the criticisms are and actually reflect on those criticisms and see where you may have made wrongs and where you can correct those wrongs.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about GamerGate?
I do my best to keep myself from having to eye bleach myself. Oh, I know it's a shit show over there. I've read some of it, and it's just a constant shit show. And it just shows me again why Wikipedia is not a place you use for a source of information.
Would you like to see the narrative on GamerGate change in your life?
It would be nice, but we know it's never going to happen. And honestly, even if it doesn't change, it still doesn't invalidate me being correct about it all these years.
Do you think that projects like this or the documentary that recently came out are have any chance at all of changing at least the historical understanding of Gamergate?
It can, because the fact is everybody will be looking back and they will see those resources and see that information, especially if it's done in an unbiased manner that covers both sides of the conflict. You know, it will have a positive thing on it. It also helps, people to look back and see how far back did the media corruption go? How far back did all this woke and all this bullshit that we're going through now go? Because it went back very, very far. I mean, we've been dealing with this shit for almost a decade and a half now, right? Like most of this shit has been going on forever. But, I do think that proper documentation of what Gamergate was and both sides is important and can help the future of journalism and of investigation and coverage too.
Have you seen the Airplay documentary yet?
I can't say I watched the Airplay documentary. I'll have to sit down sometime to take a look at it. I haven't actually watched it, I don't think. No.
Well, if you want, it's actually on my channel with live commentary from myself, Porcelain Ships, Miss Sonata, who's a critic of Gamergate, Soyaddle, who's also a critic of Gamergate, and the filmmaker, the guy who made the movie. We watched the first half of it. There's a second part that you had to pay for, which I've not seen yet.
Okay. I'll have to look it up and take a look into it then, at least. I haven't gotten a chance to see it. Like I said, this interview is my closure to say goodbye to Gamergate, because it's time to move on, in my opinion, and let these youngins take over.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
No.
What's your favorite video game?
Doom and Mortal Kombat.
I knew you were gonna say Mortal Kombat. I fucking knew you were gonna say Mortal Kombat. Dude, what makes Mortal Kombat so great?
It's because of the history of it as a kid for me. Mortal Kombat was it's probably the second fighting game I was ever like introduced to. And it's also the one game that got me into a group of friends that became my lifelong friends for the majority of my life, from high school all the way until adulthood. Even to this day, one of my best friends is still my best friend, and that's one of the ways we knew each other was from Mortal Kombat. Uh, and even now, it still has spawned friendships with different people that are good friends of mine today because of it. You know, when I went into the tournament scene, I made another group of friends, and Mortal Kombat is just one of those nostalgia series that I've played since I was a child that just means a lot to me. I mean, like one of my most fondest memories with my father is going to watch the Mortal Kombat movie in '95 when it came out together, you know. And I got to share that with my son, you know. It came out in '95. My dad took me to go see it. And then all these years later when the new one came out in 2021, I was able to take my son to go watch it with me, you know. It's a game that has more sentimental meaning to me than just being a fan of the game in general. Because it played a big role in my life as a child and as an adult.
That's a great answer. That's awesome. What about Doom?
Doom is another one of those games that really introduced me to the world of first-person shooters. It also introduced me to the concepts of modding and having fun with map creation and learning how to make your own levels and stuff like that, because that game kind of got me into doing that a little bit. I never made anything big or crazy for Doom, and same with Duke Nukem 3D, but Doom was just another one of those games that I grew up playing as a kid that I still love today, because it's just the thing about Doom is, especially when you're having a bad day, you're not doing well, and you just need to relax and rest. A game like Doom just lets you do that because you can turn it on, play, and just go. And you don't have to think, you don't have to read any story, you just go. And that's one of the things I love about it. There's no real stress behind it, because if I don't want to worry about getting beaten in the game, I can always put the God mode in and just play the game and just shoot monsters and just have a good time just goofing around.
Yeah, and the first Doom was kind of a groundbreaking game too, and there were so many amazing mods people made for it.
Even today, people are still modding the shit out of it. It's got a very active modding scene still
Yeah.
today.
I know
It's
you
phenomenal what they've done with that engine. But go ahead.
you talked about there was a GamerGate meetup near you. Did you go to that or any other ones?
Unfortunately, no, I wasn't able to go to that. And when the meetup was going on, I didn't know it was happening, and I had to go to work the next day. And I was like, "Damn, I can't just drive out to DC right now." I wanted to go, and I was in contact with some of the people in my area, because I know Ash Scow was one of them, as well as some other gentlemen. We talked about having another meetup sometime, but it just never happened.
I ran the St. Louis meetups, which is really cool. They weren't as big as some of the other big cities though.
Yeah,
Um,
I was so upset I didn't go to the DC one, because Mercedes was there, Milo was there, Summers was there. They were all out there that day.
Now, I know you said that you view this book as you putting Gamergate behind you. There's been some talk. Um, CC and I talked about it. I talked about it with somebody else too, of possibly doing like a reunion once every 10 years with the cool people from Gamergate and getting together and hanging out in person. What would you think of that idea?
I wouldn't mind that. I'd love to see some of you guys in person and meet y'all for real. I mean, come on. Like Lisa and all them. To this day, I still have not met with Leon, Lisa, and Ralt and any of them in person. And I would love to meet and hang out with them in person someday.
I should start asking everybody that question. Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during Gamergate?
There's a lot of friendships I made and enemies, but mainly friendships. Like I said, my Discord is still filled with people that I've been streaming with since Gamergate started, with Leon, Ralts, Undead Ramen, you know, JT is one of them. Every now and then, Porcelain Chips will pop up, and of course, Lisa. I still talk to Lisa today. I know I haven't been streaming lately in these last few weeks. It's just because I've been sick and busy and had everything going on. But you know, I made a lot of very long-lasting relationships and friendships. Well, not relationships, but friendships through Gamergate. that I still talk to today, and then some of us consider each other even family, even though we've never sat in the same room together and been and seen each other in person. So it's definitely had a positive impact on my life as well as some negatives, mostly, but well, not mostly, but some negatives, but mostly positive. And that positivity came with the fact that it had friendships. It allowed me to explore the use of YouTube. It allowed me to learn more about audio editing, video editing, and find my ground of what I do best and what I enjoy best on the on doing YouTube channel stuff and streaming as well.
And there was this hilarious moment. This was before I became a streamer, but like just a couple months before, where I tuned into your show and you were talking about me. And we hadn't talked in years. You and Lisa, I think, were talking about me.
Yes,
Nothing bad.
that
Nothing
wasn't that
bad.
long ago.
But yeah, it was like 6 months ago. And
Mm-hmm.
I just like tuned in randomly for the first time in like five
Yeah, we
years to
were
your
like, "What the
show.
hell happened to Netscape, man? Dude's been around." It's like I remember we were talking about you. You popped up. You're like, "Hey, dude."
Heard you were talking shit. Huh?
Yeah, I remember. I think I invited you onto the stream and let you just hang out with us because it was like, "Holy shit, it's fucking Netscape."
Yeah, I
He's
think
right
Leon
fucking
was.
there.
Yeah, Leon was there too.
Yep.
Yeah, that was great. I'm glad we reconnected after all these years. I wish we would have talked more during GG. I mean, we talked quite a bit, but I was on GamerGate Insanity and Stream of Corrupt. Well, I was on Stream of Corruption, I think, because you guys renamed it, right?
I renamed it. I renamed it 3 times. First, it was internet, and first it was GamerGate Insanity, then it was Internet Insanity, then it was Internet Indigestion, and then Stream of Corruption.
Yeah, I was on your show maybe like or half dozen times, and you were on mine maybe a half dozen times too.
Yeah, we were on each other's stuff all the time.
And then of
Just
course,
worth.
dude, you remember what it was like back then, dude? We were on Hangouts probably way more than we think, because like we were on other people's shows all the time, and there'd be
Oh
like a after
God,
show, there'd be like a stream after the stream, and then a stream after that stream, and then it'd be like
dude, we were doing shit for hours and hours on end, and I still look back to this day and go like, how did I have the time to do any of this shit? I remember I was staying up super fucking late and getting up and going to work like at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning after
Oh
only
yeah.
sleeping like 3 hours and shit. Man,
Dude, you're
so much
100%.
time back then.
Well, and dude, I remember like there was a hard cap of 8 hours for the streams back then on YouTube. So we do 8 hours. Like there were a couple times where we did 8 hours, and then
Yes.
someone else would host a show, and we'd go like another 4 hour, or I would. I don't know. Fuck, I was crazy, dude. And do like another 4 hours after that. It's like we did 12 hours of streaming today. What the hell?
Yeah, the 40 plus person Skype calls. Oh
Oh.
my god. Shit.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
y'all
some
bringing
crazy
back the old
times.
days. We had a lot of fun back then though.
We did. We
Now
had to.
we're all old and boring.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or GamerGate related art projects?
Oh, the Vivian James. I always liked the Vivian James character. And the Lillian. What was it? Was it Lillian James?
Lillian Woods.
Lillian Woods. I always thought those two characters were cute. I loved the comics that people made with them, and I did like some of the cosplays. And then you had like there was that one girl, there was that one YouTuber. I don't know what her name is now, and she pretty much left behind most of her YouTube, and she tried to rebrand herself a lot because of it.
Was it
But
Nicole?
yeah, it was Nicole. She was Lillian James on YouTube, and she looked just like her. It
Oh,
was
she would.
so
Wait,
awesome.
we might be talking about different people. Was it Cult of Vivian? Did you refer to
Cult of Vivian, I
Nicole's
think is
sons?
who it was. Yeah, she was awesome, a real sweetheart too. I remember I had her on my channel once with her. It was her, Kite Tails, and there was somebody else too. But I remember her and Kite Tails the most. I loved Oh, and Queenie. Remember Queenie? Queenie's still around on Twitter. She just doesn't really do YouTube stuff anymore. But I remember Kite Tails. Kite Tails was so adorable. She was so nice.
I knew Queenie and Nicole. I didn't know Kite Tails. I did reach out to her recently, actually, via email. because she was the voice actress for Vivian James in Project Sockjust. You remember that game that never came out, but they had like a
Yeah, I do
pre-alpha, they had
remember
like
that.
alpha gameplay footage and stuff. It was actually like, kind of looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I remember Kitetails was like very pro Gamergate and everything back then too, and she does different types of content now. Like she's still around doing stuff, I think, on YouTube. But I remember I had her on my channel, and I was like, because I was always laughing because she took one of my my tweets and read it out loud on one of her videos. I was like, that's awesome. But yeah, I remember her and all of them, and the art projects that Gamergate tried to do, they weren't bad. I did like that we at some point did adopt a sea lion.
Oh no.
I thought that was hilarious.
Uh, this
Or
is
we
your
apparently
this is
did.
perhaps your last time interacting with Gamergate. Do you want me to break the news to you?
What happened with the sea lion thing?
So I was really excited because as part of this project, I was going to find out what happened with the sea lion.
What happened?
It doesn't exist actually. It was a symbolic sea lion,
Oh, really?
but the money still went to charity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like. I here this whole time for years of my life, I thought, oh, there's a real life sea lion out there named Ethics. And like, no, it's not actually true.
That sucks to hear, but I remember I heard that and I was like, did that really happen? Holy shit, that's
Well,
kind of cool.
it's better than like finding out the sea lion died or something. So
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
yeah.
At least as long as it went to like the money went to people that actually needed it or some type of charity that would actually do something, that's fine by me.
Now we're in reflections.
Okay.
What was your favorite moment during Gamergate?
Just all those times streaming with everybody. It was just so much fun just talking to people. It was a lot of social stuff going on there, you know. It was so much fun. Like I remember I found in Dreidel, and Dreidel brought me on, and then I went from there and did my own thing from there. And it was a sense of community. It was a sense of like everybody sharing the same sentiments and ideals about things, and just talking and bullshitting a lot of the time and chilling. It was just fun.
I'm possibly interviewing him. Well, I am interviewing him most likely, but possibly next Saturday, not tomorrow, but possibly
Yeah, I
next
haven't heard
Saturday.
from him in a long time. I hope he's doing all right.
It's so funny too, because him and I have been talking on Twitter, um, but then I messaged him on Discord,
Mm.
and I realized I didn't reply to his last Discord message from 6 years ago, and so he was inviting me to come on his show
Oh God,
6 years ago,
damn,
and I'm like, oh hey, thanks for the invite. Sorry, I'm a bit late to reply.
that's awesome.
Oh, yeah, it was hilarious. Like 2017, he invited me to come on his show to join. Well, he asked me if I wanted on a podcast, I should say, and I was like, and so I replied. I said, sorry, or what? Hang on, let me just pull up what I said. I want to see. Oh God, where is it? Okay. I said, hi, hey, thanks for the invite. Sorry I missed it. I replied like 6 years later. that's
God
that's
damn.
kind of silly. That's kind of silly. But yeah, dude, the streams, dude, we had a great time. We really did. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then we had times where we even just played games together, and it was just fun.
If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Hmm. Let me think about that for a second. Probably would have just been the like I said, the gatekeeping aspect. I would said we should have been a little bit more gate kept from third party actors that were either serving their own agenda or trying to destroy what Gamergate was.
What would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
Not allowed the not allowed us to be labeled Gamergate and to be labeled Gamergaters or anything like that. Because remember, we talked about the labels thing earlier, and that's one of my biggest problems I had with GamerGate and ComicsGate in any of these hashtag movements.
Let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement is looking to Gamergate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
Be wary of who wants to utilize your movement to help you, and again, do your best to avoid labels and being labeled.
What have you personally learned from Gamergate?
I learned that the internet was not the majority of opinion, that Twitter and Reddit and all of that is nowhere near the representation of the world's opinion and views of things. I learned how internet controversies aren't really that prevalent in the real world, and we need to be less serious about what happens on Twitter and start to look at the Twitter mafia crowd as lesser rather than more a majority.
Do you see parallels between Gamergate and the way society currently discusses issues?
Yeah, because we still have this very tribalistic style that's going on, especially in the online side of things, where you can't have a discussion about the topics. It's either you're with or against, and if you're not with and you're against, then you're the bad guy or something like that. There's a very adversarial relationship that still continues on that Gamergate did have as well, and the problem is we haven't gotten away with it, but I think Gamergate kind of exposed it more and more of how the media kind of fuels that tribalistic style of speech.
I think I want to reword this question, Lord Nurgle. Um, the one I just asked you. Do you think in the future I should ask people not about the way society discusses issues, but rather Gamergate and our current day instead, and keep it open ended? Should I do that instead? Or how should I phrase that? Because current day sounds weird.
No, it sounds fine the way you're doing it. This question is fine the way it is.
Oh, in terms of society?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine the way you have it. I wouldn't change it.
Okay. I'll re-put it back in there.
That's fine.
I'm constantly making changes to these things.
Oh yeah, of course. You got to.
All right. What do you think of the decentralized and leaderless nature of Gamergate?
That was an important aspect of it because no media could point to one figure in general to say that person is responsible for all this. That person did all this. They had to smear a group no matter what, and a group is much louder than one person.
You know, I might be coming more around to the idea that like the leaderless thing was a good idea, and like
Oh, it was
actually,
absolutely an amazing idea.
um, I did interview Gamergate critic Hannah Zamora though, and she believed that because the burgers and fries stuff seemed pretty bad, and in her view was pretty bad, that Gamergate, in order to distance itself from that sort of thing, probably should have had some sort of leadership or organized structure in order to make it clear that they don't believe in that.
I understand that. The problem is when you put a figurehead in there to point at, then that gives your enemy something to fight. And the media was our enemy at the time. Not having a leader deprived them the ability to point and say this person's in charge. This person's the problem. We need to take this person down. Instead, you had a massive group people. You couldn't point at just one person, and it was how do we take down a crowd? Well, you can't because there is no leader, and there should never have been a leader. And I get where the person you're talking about was coming from, but I disagree and believe that there should never have been any structure or leadership whatsoever. It needed to continue to be a big ball of chaos, no matter what.
You know, a lot of people have the same argument that you have that, and I did at the time, and maybe I still do, um, that people are going to attack Gamergate no matter what, and if you have leadership, it's going to make it easier for them to attack it.
Hmm.
But do do we think that they would have attacked Gamergate no matter what, and if so, why?
They would have no matter what, just for the simple fact that it was going against what they believed and what their narrative was. They have to attack. They can't agree, because if they agree, then you're with the enemy. It was all tribalism. It was all tribalistic in general.
I think I think also there's this. I think that's true probably. There's some truth in that. And I think also that if you have a leadership, if you have like a official organization or whatever, um, I think that that basically kills the movement. I think that you're not going to accomplish anything because you need
No.
to because you're going because you're not talking about like tens of thousands of people are participating in this like movement or it's part of like a charity. If you file like if you like make it an official GamerGate organization, it's a nonprofit or something. That's not going to be tens of thousands of people across the world working together. That's going to be like 30 people in an office somewhere, and that's not going to accomplish as much, I don't think.
No, I don't think it would have accomplished anything. Like I said, it would have given them a face. It would have given them something to destroy and something to tear down. And then also, it would have allowed someone with the wrong agenda, the wrong ideas to even take over and steer it in a different direction that it wasn't meant to go. When you have a mass ball of chaos, not one person can pull it in one direction because everybody's pulling different directions.
True. For you personally, what would GamerGate being successful look like?
All of these journalistic sites changing their policies to fit what they should be fitting, to actually have some integrity to them. Many of these sites that were burning their audiences getting shut down and going away, and further in the future, more journalistic integrity happening in general. I believe there's a future for gaming journalism. I just don't believe it was with these other sites now. And I mean, looking now, I mean, I'll talk about this part at the end, because I do want to take a look and see, where is the gaming media now? But we'll get to that later. But
Okay.
that's what it needed to be successful. A successful Gamergate win would have been for the entire reformation of the gaming media in general.
Well, with that as your bar, was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
Yes and no. The realities of what Gamergate started is just now starting to occur, and we're just now starting to see where it is now. And unfortunately, it took too long for it to get that way.
Nurgle, we have four remaining questions, and that's in the last segment, the closing questions. But I want to ask you something personally, if you're okay with me including something a little bit more personal in the book.
No, I will not make out with you.
No, you've said publicly, you told me, I believe, that you've had you've had sort of an identity crisis with your YouTube channel because of all the GamerGate stuff.
Yes.
What's that been like navigating that for you, and how do you think about all that?
Well, it came down to having to decide on what I enjoy creating and what I enjoy making, and then what my audience wants. You see, for all those years of Gamergate, and then moving into just being an anti-SJW channel to just plain commentary, the problems with that came was there. I had a lot of fun with those things. I had a lot of fun criticizing them, and they were very important topics to me. But over time, I felt like I was just repeating myself over and over. And anytime I would try something new or try to sway to a different direction, it just wasn't working or taking off. And I would find myself just going back to what I was doing before. And Gamergate, the ghost of Gamergate, was just kind of constantly haunting the channel because, well, it's where I got my start. It's where all of us were. It's the main interest that most people came to my channel for, as well as those that hang out in my group and do my channel with me. The identity crisis came at the fact that it was like I was getting bored with it, and after a while, the negativity was just eating away constantly to me. And as I said before a minute ago, last year, I I I started to have symptoms of multiple sclerosis. That I didn't know they were multiple sclerosis at the time, and then after that, getting diagnosed with that, having to treat my anxiety disorder, and after successfully treating the anxiety disorder, getting on the medication, it changed a lot of how I looked at things and my outlook of things, and I started to feel like I just didn't like being negative. I didn't like talking about the negativity. So I had to really just take a long winded break, which I never really took much of a break, but just doing a stream here and there just to make sure people knew I was around, do a little video here and there, and I just took away from all of it and was like, you know what? I just can't do it anymore because I've done it for so long. I got to move on and I got to do something new and something I'm actually passionate about, something I enjoy, which, like I said, was Warhammer. And because the pandemic brought Warhammer back into my life, I started to play more Warhammer and paint more and focus on being a better painter instead of just sitting here yelling and screaming in a mic. And then I said, let me give this lore thing a try, and I've tried doing it and I found a pathway to it, and that's starting to work for me, and I'm having more fun. I'm doing a lot more with it, and I always said it was like, well, you know what? I understand this is what my audience used to like, but if those individuals want to go, it was nice having you, and I appreciated the support that they came and supported me with, but for my own mental health, for my own feeling, and I would prefer to provide quality content than just content just meeting the bare minimum just to sate a group's mind, like the people that were already there. I want to do something I enjoy and do something I like and is passionate about. And hopefully those people will still be along the ride with it, and just wanted to move on because, it's can't do the same thing forever. Sometimes you have to change and you have to move on, no matter how much it scares you.
Well, that was beautiful, Nurgle. Thank you for sharing. And we do wish you the best of luck in that. And I'll probably pop it into your show every once in a while too.
I know, I gotta get Nurgle's Dungeon. Like, Nurgle's Dungeon is literally just my chill streams where we talk about anything and everything now, and nothing's off the table except for politics. I'm trying to stay away from just political things in general. Just having fun. And, play games. But on my main channel now, it's all lore. It's all, let's talk about something in Age of Sigmar. Let's talk about 40K. Like, my last two videos were, like, the one was about the ghoul stars, and then the horrors of, like, demon incursions occurring, and I'm about to make one about the war in heaven and the Necrons, because it's Necron November.
If you could do it all over again, would you?
Absolutely, I had a lot of fucking fun. It brought me into the world of YouTube and made me a more internet savvy individual instead of me just becoming some 40-year-old moron that sounds like an old dude that doesn't understand what the internet is. I mean, it got me involved in multiple communities. Like I'm involved in the horror community, the Warhammer community, gaming community, Mortal Kombat. It brought so much positivity into my life than it actually did bring negativity. So I would do it all over again in a heartbeat.
What do you think of this interview project?
What do I think of your project? At first I thought, damn, dude, you need to let this shit go. You've been riding on GamerGate for a long time. It ain't coming back. But then I thought about it, especially after you asked me to interview for it. I thought about it, and you know what? I think it's a good thing because it documents the past and where people are today, Because that's always the question I always have is, where's that one person today, you know? Because we talked to back then. And I think it's a good project because it may help open some eyes to what Gamergate was that didn't understand it back then. You know, I think that documenting the history of these things is important.
Do you think that I've been fair?
I believe you have been fair. It seems that you've been wanting to talk to people that were on both sides of the debate and the issue. The only thing that sucks is that you can't seem to always get enough people that are on the anti side, but maybe that'll change because you are getting people from that side of the house to talk and to get involved in it. So I think it's great.
Yeah, there's one more anti-Gamergate person I need to interview still, and I've got two other interviews that are text only, but one of them is
Hmm.
willing to do a voice follow-up. So,
That's cool.
and here's your chance to possibly change some people's perspectives. So the next question is, some people reading this might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
What I would say is pay attention to what was going on with Gamergate that wasn't just being covered by the media. I would say do your own research, go look at what it was, and actually talk to people. Talk to people that are on both sides of the argument. Don't just talk to one side of it, but definitely look at the information that's already out there that's not the popular information that was mainstream media sources. Definitely look at Not Your Shield. Look at all of that information because there was a lot more positivity in Gamergate than there was negativity. And yeah, there was some bad actors, of course, but everybody has bad actors on every side of their arguments and in their fights and wherever they're standing. It's just don't judge the book by what you heard, what its cover. You need to always open the book and read it to learn about it and understand what really was the reality of it. There was a lot more there than what people lead on to be.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Well, let's talk about the one subject I wanted, or the one thing I wanted to say, because this is anything else you want to talk about regarding Gamergate, since you didn't read the whole question.
Well, I changed it since I sent you that, so.
Well, anyway, this does involve Gamergate, but what I wanted to talk about is where the media is today, as a matter of fact, because we talked about it earlier before the stream. You know, Jezebel shut down. A lot of the gaming media sites are losing personnel and firing people. The internet media industry, these sites, Mary Sue, Jezebel, Kotaku, all of them, a lot of them are falling. They're flailing and they're dying badly because all of their money is dried up. The years and years of abuse they put on their readership and bullshit that they've been posting and clickbait has no longer led to a future for them, and they're all dying off because they spent all these years smearing and attacking readers and gamers. They spent all these years not trying to present reality, lying, making up shit. All these years not taking their jobs seriously. It's finally caught up to them, and this is why I said Gamergate did win. They just didn't win right away, and they're winning now because a lot of these sites are dying off. We already knew Gawker died off many years ago. It's never coming back. But like Kotaku, the company that owns Kotaku is the same company that owned Jezebel and just shut down Jezebel. We already know Vice went bankrupt, and Vice was one of the anti-Gamergate assholes out there. Cracked is not even a. I think Cracked is gone now too. All these sites are dying, and good riddance to them all. And I have no problem with that. And I will just keep on saying is Gamergate was always going to win in the end one way or another. It's just how long was it going to take? And it did win this time. The money dried up. They're done. It's over. Now we'll see where it goes in the future. I think the face of media is changing 100%. This, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people will disagree with me. A lot of the shit that we've seen that we complained about, the culture war shit, it's starting to come to an end. It's starting to hit a crescendo because everybody's just gotten to the point where they're absolutely sick of it. And one good sign of that is the case that happened with South Park. When South Park came out with the PC Principle episodes back in the day, that was the beginning of the end for all of this shit. And now the Panderverse thing that came out, that's just another showing that everybody is getting tired of it because more and more people are agreeing with this stuff and these criticisms that they're seeing. And even then, the media itself is now turning against stuff like Disney, the shit that they shield for. The face of media is changing finally, and it's gonna keep changing, especially because people are walking further and further away from print sites. Because why would I read Vice? Why would I read Kotaku, who's gonna lie to me and whisper sweet nothings in my ears, when some passionate YouTuber that actually plays video games is going to make a review and be absolutely serious about the review and tell me reality what it is? Or if I want to find out about a game, I can just watch people play the game rather than listen to what Polygon's dumbass has to say about how they're triggered by Bayonetta's boobs. Media is changing, and it's time for us to just accept it. And the people in the media, well, I guess y'all better learn to fucking code.
Awesome. Well, hey, it has been amazing. I know there were a couple points where I wanted to keep it going because I thought there was good arguments for the book to hash out both sides. And I know you were like, "Hey, let's move on to the next question," and I'm like, "Hang on, not yet. I'm gonna drag it back in." But I think it was a really good discussion. I really enjoyed talking with you as always. We had a great chat too. Actually, we had a pretty for much of the stream. We had 8 people. I think we briefly had 9, but for quite a while we had 8 people, which is pretty good for
Especially
one of
for such a
these.
long ass stream.
Yeah, average view duration is 48 minutes and 59 seconds.
So that's not bad at all, actually. Um, no, I appreciate you letting me come on. Let me finally give my closure to GamerGate and move on with my life here. This will probably be you ain't got nothing to say before you're about to close it out, right? You're just gonna close it out.
Yeah, I'm about to. Like, we can talk off air for a second if you want, but
No. Before you close it out, we'll talk off air and everything here in a minute. But before you close it out, you're gonna close it out right after I say this because I got one thing left to say before we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for listening in. I appreciate you coming to watch us. If you have anything else and you want to find me, just go to my channel, Lord Nurgle. I'm also at the Spore 666 on Twitter, as well as Innocence Unknown. And yeah, come and find me. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, fish.
hey, I've got a link to your channel in the description. Well, to your Innocence Unknown and Lord Nurgle channel. I can also put the dungeon one too if you want.
You can put all of them in there. I don't
And
mind.
then, do you want me to link your Twitter in the description as well?
Oh, of course.
I actually haven't been doing that for anybody so far, except for linking their channels if they're a YouTuber, because
Are we still live?
we are, by the way. But your
So,
video is not showing because I'm minimized on
okay.
the thing. But yeah, here I'll put your Twitter and then I'll close it out. We're gonna be rating Neve, by the way, everyone. Neve recently interviewed me about this project, and she's the first person. I'm doing a small media tour, possibly. It's not gonna be a tour. It's gonna be more. I'm doing the interviews with people for the book. I'm gonna be wrapping that up. A lot of the people who are left are in Europe, though. That's gonna be a huge pain in the ass because of my work schedule and the time zone difference. Um, but I'll try and get those done. I still have some
Here, while you
American
wrap
people
it up,
left.
I'm going to step away for a minute.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's been a minute. So yeah, I'll be interviewing Neve. Or sorry, Neve interviewed me. I'll be doing a media tour. I'll be continuing to interview people for the book, and at the same time, maybe one day a week, 2 days a week, I'll be doing streams on other people's shows, or I'll be a guest on a podcast or a stream, talking about it with other people who are interviewing me about this upcoming book. So I think that's a good way to promote the book. And then I'll do a really big media tour, or that's the plan at least, once we get close to release, like a couple weeks before release, and then after release when people can actually buy the book. Um, I have a plan now regarding how I'm going to do the editing. So I am going to edit the books live, I think. That's my current plan. And the edit the interviews live, use a transcript to get like a rough outline and then make it like good for the book and like edit out like, you know, stuff that's not like good for the book. Like keep it all everyone's exact words, but like edit out the ums for instance, like just now. Um, edit out stuff like that. And then I also probably will be this might be way taking on way too much work, I don't know, but I want to take the segments from these 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour streams and like okay, this is a segment where we're talking about this topic and we go for 20 minutes on this topic. Okay. That's good content for promotional material, both for my channel and for the book. And that'll get a lot of views in the algorithm and stuff like that. Put that on TikTok, put that on YouTube, put that on Instagram, and that's also a marketing plan I have too. But that might be more work because I've reached out to everyone so far who I've interviewed, and they've all everyone who's gotten back to me so far has agreed to give me permission. You'd be willing to do some art for the book? Thank you, Lisa. I might take you up on that. I have a lot of people offering actually. Um, I've got 3 people offering, including yourself. Some of those people want to remain anonymous though. And I'm also considering reaching out to Kukuruyo and asking him too because I do like a lot of the artwork that he's produced. But I also like the artwork you produced as well, Lisa, and the 2 other people who I'm not going to name because they're not public in this yet. I do appreciate some of the work that they've created as well. So I'm considering many different options. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and raid Neve. So go say hi to her, and tell her Tachyon sent you. Okay?